All right. So you should have something pop up on your screen right now saying this meeting is being live streamed.
Yep.
Okay, it's setting up. All right. So you are now live on YouTube.
All right, great.
Okay.
Thank you for setting that up.
Sure. And I'm gonna come back here, give you hosting back. So you're now the full host.
Okay.
Like I mentioned, in the upper left corner of your Zoom screen, it says live YouTube. If the students want to copy the link, they can do so by clicking on that YouTube drop down in the upper left corner and copy the streaming link and then send to their friends and family.
Okay.
And then in the bottom right corner of your screen, you'll see those 3 dots. If you click on that, that's how you can end the YouTube stream. So be careful not to do that.
Wait, in the bottom right-hand corner where it says more?
Next to the button.
Stream. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it. It's pretty simple. Again, just to remind people that this is being live streamed, and that's it. So I will come back and see you all in a little bit.
All right, great. Thanks for the help.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Lauren.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm excited to be done.
Almost done.
Yes.
Hey, Chelsea. Sorry. Lauren, that rendering in the atrium space came out nice.
Good. I'm glad I realized I hadn't done it until last night and then I needed to do it. So that was a last minute one, but I realized how important it was. So I'm glad I did it.
Yeah. Hey, Frank.
Hello.
Everybody's in studio?
Yeah, they're drilling the street outside my apartment right now, so
Gotcha.
I had to come here.
Hey, Mark. Can you hear us, Mark? Mark, can you hear us all right?
Yeah, I just had to change my setting on my deal.
No worries. How you doing, man?
Good, you?
Good. Hey, Katara.
Hey, Matt. How's it
How
going?
you, good. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Looking forward.
We've got a good
Why do
crew.
why do you have two Matt DeCotiis?
So the audio card on my computer died this morning, apparently. So I'm just using my iPad for audio.
I see.
Hey, what's up, Dan?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this concept board. That
I saw you and Mark flying around there a little bit.
yeah, really nice tool.
We're just waiting for Lindsay Butler to join us, and then we can get started.
So since while we wait, I have a kind of a quick question about overall premise. is Irena gonna have a presentation at the beginning of the class, or?
No, I was going to
Okay.
give you a brief rundown from
Okay.
the project brief.
Correct. Then I'll
but
ask
yeah,
after that. Yeah.
you can. I'm happy to answer any of those questions, or just throw them onto the students and make them answer.
Yeah.
Hey, Lindsay, how's it going? All right, so I think we have everybody here now. Thank you all for joining us. We really appreciate it. I wanted to note that Naomi earlier set up a live stream YouTube link. So this is all being live streamed on YouTube right now. You can, if you want to share like the link with your friends and family, you can go to the upper left-hand corner and copy the streaming link and share it. But I wanted to introduce our reviewers first, and I really appreciate y'all taking the time to meet with us and kind of review the students' projects. They put a ton of work and time into these, and we're really looking forward to your feedback. So first person we have is Lindsay Butler, principal at Bell Butler. Then we have Dan Couts, senior designer at Studio WTA. Mark Heck, who's a principal at Studio Rise. And Kentaro, who I'm sure all of y'all know. Here, I'm going to share my screen now. And let me see here. I just wanted to kind of ground the reviewers in the project site and a brief rundown of the project description. But Lauren, who's kicking us off, is also going to kind of give you a more thorough breakdown of the site and some analysis kind of surrounding the context. So the project brief is the essence of it is a high-tech company is moving to its administrative headquarters downtown location in New Orleans. Through an agreement with the city, they've committed to building offices and associated spaces above the public ground level. So it's the overall kind of brief is about 30,000 square feet to 35,000 square feet of office space above ground floor retail with a public plaza amenity. And we've asked everybody to consider the base flood elevation in these too. So they've had to kind of think about how to navigate plus 3 feet from grade in order to kind of get you up to the public plaza. And because this is a comprehensive studio, everybody has to kind of think about life safety issues, ADA issues, structure, mechanical systems. All of that is really considered in their overall designs. So the site is a really interesting one, kind of in the CBD, right down Poitras from the Superdome. Zooming in, it's next to 930 Poitras, the EDR building, and then the Energy building, right in between O'Keefe and Rampart on Poitras. And it's that existing parking lot that's used for kind of tailgating for the Superdome currently. So I just kind of wanted to give you a brief grounding of the location, and then Lauren is going to give you a more detailed description of the site and everything when she gets kicked off. But Kentaro, do you want to ask any of your questions before I move on?
Yeah. So I was wondering, so I read somewhere that FAR here is 14, right?
Yes.
So generally speaking, if it's FAR is 14, don't you end up in somewhere around 14 to 20 story building?
Yeah, that's what's possible on the site. So they really didn't have any height limits. They did an initial zoning analysis when they were looking into it, but their limitations were more on square footage than they were on height. So we had provided them the square footage brief, which basically, I mean, somebody could have proposed a tall kind of slender tower that would have hit that square footage mark. But everybody kind of tried to keep below the high-rise code in their life safety review. So they were all kind of keeping their max building occupiable level at around 75 feet when they were looking.
Yeah, so I understand it from the sort of a pedagogical perspective. I'm just wondering the program and square footage reasoning behind keeping it small in the site that has much more value than so I was just wondering if there was any kind of hidden narrative behind keeping the building relatively small.
No, I think part of it came from just providing a amount of program that was achievable for them to really dig into this semester. This is really the first semester that they're considering like life safety issues, structural issues, mechanical, electrical, all that. So by asking everybody to design something that's bigger than about 40,000 square feet, to me, I think might be a tough ask on top of everything else that we were asking them to look into. So we were trying to keep it at a scale that we felt was achievable for the semester.
Thanks.
Great. Anything else? All right, well, then Lindsay, I don't know if you were able to get the concept board link, but I shared that in the email that I sent out earlier this morning. So if you wanted to follow along with the presentations, you can follow along on concept board, and I'm gonna let Lauren kick us off. I just allowed you to share your screen, Lauren.
Okay, great. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Are y'all able to see my screen? Yes, and is it advancing? Okay, great, thank you. Hello, my name is Lauren Lake, and this is Repetition and Specificity, the Poydras Office Project. The site is located in New Orleans in the Central Business District, facing Poydras Street with South Rampart Street and O'Keefe Street on the other two sides. The site is surrounded by high-rise office buildings, apartments, retails, and restaurants, and Poydras Street is the data line for this. The current parking lot that is our site is situated in the middle of the notable places in New Orleans. Due to the close proximity of the Superdome, the site's parking lot is currently used as a tailgate spot. While the site being in the middle of the Central Business District has some challenges due to lack of green space and close proximity to the site. So this semester, we were tasked with designing a mixed-use office building for an up-and-coming tech company with approximately 35,000 square foot of office on the above ground level, with retail and plaza at the ground level. Two historic buildings remain on the site on South Rampart Street and 930 Poydras. An apartment building is situated on O'Keefe, and the energy building on the other side. The site is located in Central Business District 1, where there is no setback requirements and an FAR of 14. There's a 3-foot base flood elevation and a maximum height of 75 feet before being considered a high-rise. The L-shaped mass of the site, 2 volumes, a public and private mass. The separation serves as a main entry point of the site and directly to the public plaza. The second volume of the roof shifts downwards for more access to the sunlight for solar panels installed to make the project more eco-friendly. Masses are taken up and extruded up. The overhang of the office component over retail is meant to emphasize and differentiate the different programs. Solar chimney effect is made with an atrium space in the middle of the building. Strong winds come from the north and the east, which is why the L shape was taken for the front of the site to protect the public plaza from the harsher northeastern winds. The sun analysis of the site showed which parts of the site gets the most sun and shading. The public plaza was placed in the shading because of the hot and sunny weather New Orleans experiences. The driving factor of the office was a public and private mass. And it is situated, the public mass is situated both facing Poydras, while the private mass is on O'Keefe, a left east side. This concept is followed up and through and back to the building. Retail dominates the ground level, and the office is above, and the floors above. Egress stairs are highlighted in red and the elevators in yellow. The ground level activates all sides of the site, with the main entry to the plaza and the side streets to provide a setback from busy Poydras Street. An art gallery, cafe, florist shop, bookstore, and lobby are all on this level, as well as a back of house and bike storage. Through the office lobby and the elevators, take an employee or visitor up to arrive to the second level, the social level, with a large terrace and social work are for the collaboration and collective workspace that is differentiated from a regular office space. The more private mass houses the first level of private offices and connects the mass with an outside bridge. The outside bridge is seen here. The third level is a collaborative floor with an event space on the edge with views from all sides. There are relaxation rooms in the southern facing facade for those who need to take a break from work. The atrium space connects the floors and the social work bar can be seen and heard from the floor below. The bridge that connects the masses is now interior and the more private offices and conference rooms are housed. Group workstations, the library, and conference rooms are on level 4, and the level starts to become a more private workspace. It is still collaborative, but not as social as before. It's before and linked to the private offices in the back mass. A group workstation in the more private mass with ample natural lighting. The 5th level is only reached on the front mass, and the group work still occurs on this level, but it is the furthest removed from the social floors and making it the most private of the social levels. The wooden louver system of this building is made up of wooden louvers that span the height of each floor, measuring 2 inches by 6 inches, that are rotated at 45 degrees, switching the sides of rotation on each level to filter in natural light. This is seen from the Poitras facade. The O'Keefe elevation showing the roof slant and the bridge linkage from the open bridge to the interior bridges. The South Rampart elevation showing the relationship to the public plaza and the 2 historic buildings. Section A shows the deep puncture of the atrium and the public stair linking the levels. The hybrid construction of mass timber and concrete is used for this building, with the ground level being concrete with an 8-inch two-way slab supporting the office structure above, with concrete cores for the egress stairs and elevators. In section B, the linkage of the buildings with the terrace space and collaborative versus public, collaborative versus private side is shown. The open atrium space connects each level of this building and lets natural light in and circulation to the office spaces. Heavy timber construction of this building encompasses a 1 foot by 1 foot mass timber columns and their connection by 1 foot by 2 foot and 1 foot by 1.5 beams with 3-ply CLT, an acoustic mat, and 3-inch for concrete topping. The columns, the beams, the gridded structure spanning roughly 16 by 16 foot bays. The mechanical VAV system with 2 mechanical rooms in each of the mass running the ducts with air handlers on each level in blue and chillers on the top level in yellow and ductwork circulating through the building. An up-close wall section shows the details of the building, how it works, and how it is related to the facade and materiality. The construction of the facade and building explained in more detail and how the systems work together, and the rotation of the louvers on the facade is shown. The parapet detail with a green roof and light vegetation is showing the connection of the louvers and the glass below, and a flat plate connection is made due to the high wind loads in New Orleans. A column to mullion connection that is common throughout the building. How the drop ceiling works with the mass timber columns and the ductwork. How the planar edge works on the terrace. An experiential view from walking from South Rampart to enter the public plaza or go into the retail spaces on the ground level. Walking from the private offices to go get coffee with a coworker and discuss a new project in the collaborative terrace space. Entering the building from Poitras Street. Working in a group office in the private mass, looking into the public mass, the plaza below. And the atrium of the collaborative workspace where the timber and the project shines through. Thank you.
No one's saying anything, so just quick questions. Can you go back to the series of diagrams you had? You don't have it on the I wish those were up on the concept board, but
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had an issue. None of my files were uploading in a few
Oh,
hours
okay.
last night, so that's why they're not up on concept board. I tried, I'm sorry.
drawings
Which
are very
type?
nice.
Thank you.
But can you go back to, let's say, for instance, I'm curious about the solar orientation analysis you did and how that's impacting perhaps the facade strategies or massing, so on and so forth.
Let me. Did these work, or would you like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go one before.
Okay.
What's one? Yeah. What's the finding here, and then how that translate to some of the design decisions, perhaps?
So I figured out on the site where the site gets the most, like, retains the most heat, and that's where I decided to place my public plaza, is to place.
Say that again. You're going a little bit fast.
Sorry.
Which part gets most?
Right in the middle, like the middle of the side. I don't know if you can see my mouse.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I decided to place a taller massing to provide ample shading for the plaza. And then the southern facing, like on the bottom part, you can see where the sun's coming in strong, especially during the summer months, which is why I decided to slant the roof in the back and then put solar panels there to provide the sun, like ample sun for those. And then the louver systems rotate at 45-degree angles to filter in light on the southern facades and all the other facades. So the light's filtered in and not too direct or harsh, but it's still able to be natural light.
Great. Can I see the next slide? Just quickly.
Yes. This one?
Yeah. Okay. Next. Other critics, please chime in. Ask some questions.
I'll jump in. I have a few sort of scattered comments. I think the renderings are really warm and inviting, and I think you're taking good advantage of the CLT and just trying to draw people into the space. I think that's effective. So I had let's see. Had a couple questions about just the overall organization. So I think the sort of grand stair that is like a communicating element in the tech offices. Well, could you describe your decision on how that is sort of like confined to that area, and maybe like how you think of, I guess I'm wondering why it doesn't go down to the lobby, and maybe what the relationship is between the public and that space.
Yeah, I think I really wanted to keep it just to that front mass because Poydras is such a busy street, and so using that as a starting point for that mass, and then separating the public and the private. So obviously not all offices should be like a collaborative workspace, so giving the differentiation between both. I think it would have been nice to have a lobby, like go down to the lobby space. It just kind of wasn't, due to square footage. For everything else in the ground level, it was a little more difficult. But I also think differentiating those so that it's just workspace rather than any visitor could come up into that space. I think it's nice just to keep them on the floors above, but it's more of a direct link to all the open and collaborative spaces in that mass. Sorry if I missed any of the question. I'm happy to answer any more about it.
Yeah. Okay. This is getting a little in the weeds. On the ground floor, it's like you have sort of a shared bathroom setup, and a bunch of different tenant spaces. And I think it's creating a little bit of an odd condition.
Would you like me to go to my ground level plan?
Sure, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Actually.
Yep. Yeah, so I think it might make sense to think about breaking up the shared bathrooms, because the circulation is really through the plaza, and then I think it makes it a little bit unnatural that everyone sort of throughout the day is going to be like wandering into that lobby, and I think if you just like atomized it, it might make it a little bit better as like tenant spaces, because I think the other thing about those kind of spaces is you have an idea when you're starting a project of what might go in there, but like often enough spaces kind of like fail within the first year or so and then like flip over. So that's like you try to think of how to set up some like simple amenities that like different kind of things could sort of switch in. But I think that's sort of a little bit of where I was wondering about the public and private, because it seems like you're setting up a little bit more of a grand lobby, but then all of the tech spaces also have like those kind of services above. Let's see what.
You may have touched on it, but what's the space at the corner there that's on the screen? Is it
This corner?
the other side? Sorry, the O'Keefe side.
Yeah.
This one. Is this what you see right here?
Yeah.
This is a florist shop.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I
What was
couldn't tell.
that?
Like a florist, so like flowers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It read like a garden at first, and I was wondering why it wasn't a little more public. I'll say, I mean, generally kind of taking a step back, I think overall the form is very nice, kind of anchoring Poydras as kind of the block, and then scaling up, coming from kind of deeper into the warehouse district side of the CBD, right? You know, you've got a few buildings that are getting taller, but it kind of has a dip there in the middle as you come close to the back end. So I like that you kind of kept your volume there and then stepped back on the back building. You know, to Cantaro's point, I mean, I think a lot of the buildings on the street are, you know, 20 plus stories tall. So it's still going to feel a little squat, but the fact that you have that mass across the entire face at pedestrian level, when you're walking down the sidewalk, I don't think you'll pick it up as much. So I appreciate that, that kind of play. Any thought on why the plaza entrance is kind of mid-block there instead of, say, at one of the corners, just with the foot traffic on Poydras being so heavy? It just feels like the main kind of plaza entrance is on that west side, kind of mid-block.
Yeah, after visiting the site, we kind of realized that Poydras didn't have as many pedestrians or like as many foot traffic going on as we were expecting, rather than like the side streets. And since it's so overtaken by cars, I've done some studies of moving around where the plaza could be, but due to the sun shading as well as the foot traffic, I found it best to be on the side next to those two historic buildings where it's a restaurant, one of them is, and people are already coming in and out. And then on the other side, it was a good area to, I think, was like a little bit less foot traffic, but it was still further removed from Poydras and all the traffic.
Did you ever consider kind of intentionally adding some programs to the plaza? I just saw in the project brief that it was used for tailgating. I mean, I guess it looks like a plaza that you just transit through rather than one that was really envisioned as being like a public space where people might activate it with tailgates or with events or anything. I guess, what were your thoughts about the use of the plaza, I guess?
Yes, so since part of the there's still a parking lot behind on that site that is used for tailgates. I didn't see the direct need to activate this site specifically for tailgates, even due to the close proximity. I think I saw this more as a place to come and sit, like around those trees. There's a sitting area where you can just come and relax and take in the shade, and let like the wind and everything ventilate through, rather than something that had a lot of program. There were a few studies at the beginning, and I found that it seemed more derived towards people in the office rather than anyone could come. And I'd rather have it be a public plaza for anybody to come and gather around rather than something just geared towards the office specifically so everyone could come use it. Which is why it's a little bit more generic than just sitting.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be a great amenity, you know, for these, you're imagining food and beverage tenants in some of the lower levels, which I think when developers are working on buildings like this, they're usually thinking retail, food and beverage, and getting them a little bit of that outdoor space could be nice. I do want to say, I think like, it looks like you've done a great job. You've made a really attractive building that seems to like provide a nice kind of street presence. I really like that that one detail you had of like thinking through the actual joinery of the mass timber, which is just really nice to see. We're working on a few mass timber buildings right now. And I guess I would say one thing that I feel like always gets architects when you're just planning structural systems is the shear resistance. I don't know if y'all talked about that at all, but the lateral bracing, basically the thing that keeps your building from going like, usually introduces a lot of like, not a lot, but some diagonal components that start to interact, like some of the purity of those structural elements. But I really like that you thought through like the joinery of all that, which is really nice. I was curious what your section that's on here, what is the space that's in the, basically where the two buildings where the bridge meets? There's one space where, you know, under the kind of the pitch of the roof, you've got this double height space. I was really curious what was, I wasn't sure exactly where that registered on the plan. Is that a conference room or what was that space?
Right here or right?
Yeah, that space.
Yes.
Because it just seems like it seems like a nice space and a very grand space. And I was just curious what the story behind that was.
Yes, those are conference rooms. So it was moving toward the public offices. So I wanted to have a more collaborative space moving in rather than just one singular private office, since it's on the window wall. And I thought that it was like a nice double height space for more people to enjoy.
Okay, nice. I think one of the other questions I had, just as far as a decision, which may have been an intentional decision or just like the way things resolved, was I was curious why in some areas you like allowed the curtain wall space between the structural frame. Like, so you basically have a space you could inhabit or move through between the structural frame and the curtain wall. And then some areas, or most of the areas, it seems like the curtain wall registers directly to it. Kind of in that detail you showed where the curtain wall mullion is attached to the timber. Just because I think that having those moments of like the space you can move through between the curtain wall and the structural frame seemed like they could be nice, but was there did you have a rationale about when you're using one versus the other?
Yes, so I overhung the ones where you're talking where you could move through them and they're not right up to it, are the slight overhangs I have on the edges.
Okay.
And that was, I mean, due to programming and square footage, trying to get that, and then also have a space where you could come right up to the wall, I thought would be nice, especially like on those collaborative spaces. But it was mainly due to program and square footage and how the bay structure allowed me to work with the plans.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that those seem like they could just be like interesting moments where people kind of like have a realization about the structure or how the building works. But yeah, I wasn't sure if they were intentional.
Great. Congratulations. I think it's a very quite mature scheme, just from, you know, for instance, massing it in two parts, creating sort of a outside courtyard as a public space, so on and so forth. I'm very intrigued, and nice work. Just a couple things just to think about for, you know, future or if you are to continue to develop this, where it's going to go. Number one, so I asked you about sort of solar exposure and strategies. I think you answer it in terms of massing and how you locate the mass, roof tilt, so on and so forth. That's great. I think you can also perhaps start to apply those in terms of varying the envelope strategy, especially the screen system. Vertical screens works generally well east and west, especially in the harsh west sun. The southern exposure, on the other hand, it's better to deal with it in the horizontal projection in this climate, right? So in the north, you may or may not need any. So you can start to create a distinction between and variation between the facades and heights, not just relying on one system trying to vary everything, because again, it has cost implication, but more so, we're always looking for, okay, do you really understand the exposure principles and how you're reflecting that in the building design? That's number one. Number two, so I think you have a cantilever condition, no? I mean, the column location on the exterior, when it starts, and then, the ground level is recessed. I love that move. However, where does the column go from the upper floors?
So it starts, that's why I decided to have a hybrid system. So that's why the concrete's on the ground level to support the mass timber on the above. Originally, I had mass timber.
I see, yeah.
And when we met with the structural engineer, we had discussed like using concrete to support the cantilever.
Yeah, I think you need probably, though, even with the concrete, you're going to need an extra sort of thickness, structural depth on the edge, if that's indeed the case. You're essentially creating a structural platform, but it's cantilever, right? Especially.
I have a quick question, sorry. If it's under 10 feet, does it still need that? For the cantilever?
Sorry?
If it's under 10 feet.
I think his point is that you'd have an thickened condition at that edge.
Yeah.
I mean, diagrammatically right now, that I think that whole kind of first platform is pretty thin, and in reality, in order to kind of take that load, you probably have some thickness, and at that particular where you have a point load coming down from the mass timber at that edge, you would need to have some larger concrete beam to kind of be able to carry that. That would then tie back to deeper in there.
Yeah, if for instance you had all of the floors above like also cantilevering, that might be a way to like figure out how to keep it thinner. But yeah, where you have the columns coming down, you're going to get a like fat transfer. Yeah, something like that.
If you do that, you can actually use, I don't know if you can do it in timber, but you're starting to carry load this way, but then all these edges will be cantilevered, and it becomes another way to deal with it, and you might even add rigidity for the lateral perspective. The last bit, and I was just kind of curious, I think it looks like you faithfully follow the program square footage, and it's really well organized. However, I'm kind of struck by the lack of storage space in all the floors. I think one of the brief motive is for these how can I say, the office spaces to be flexible. And I think one of the flexibility is to being able to rearrange furniture, right? And sometimes, chairs needs to be taken out, or you need additional chairs stored, so on and so forth. And sort of the back of the house post-shade function, infrastructural function, and the the thickness of the wall. It's not just the wall, but wall with functions. You start to incorporate storage in those things. Might be thought, and I was kind of looking at the typical floor bathroom size, and I think you can squeeze out quite a bit of space as a storage space there. As well as I think one of the exercises you want to do is to lightly poche all the sort of infrastructural back of the house function versus the how can I rentable, leasable space, and look at the composition that way. It's always kind of a nice analysis to think about. That's it.
So real quick, I want to, looking at the rendering you have of this kind of grand communicating stair and then the plan, I'm trying to understand because it seems like it abuts a conference room, which I think could be a really kind of interesting moment. But I'm trying to understand where the conference room is in this kind of rendering. In the plan, it feels like it's like right adjacent, right? There's a kind of large conference room.
Let me go back to the plan to see it.
Yeah.
On which level are you looking at?
It happens on what appears to be every level that unless I'm misreading. Or is that a double height space?
I think
It's a double height space, Mark. I think that.
All right.
I think she has like a conference. Yeah.
Okay.
It's because
the line weight goes lighter. It also could be how it's reading on this, but it lightens on each level.
Okay.
So that's the main communicative, like the social workspace, the social work bar that's on the second level, and that's the atrium. So just showing that what's below.
Okay, understood. Sorry. Yeah, and the concept board zooming from one to the other is hard to pick up the lightness as you move up. So
they only could upload JPEGs, and I think it drops some of the line weight quality. That's why a lot of mine aren't up.
Yeah.
Because of that. Sorry.
Yeah, that might be a nice space to sort of repeat more often. I think you're right that would be like super desirable.
I just think a communication between that stair and that conference room could actually be a really great moment, and like maybe play with some glass fretting to where you maybe don't see people can't be staring into the conference room as they're walking by, but having the idea of that movement. And like with that, I mean, this is getting pretty minute, but like the furniture placement, right? Like you've got the kind of stereotypical like bar that you would have in a conference room. And almost like flipping that to somewhere else where it's not conflicting with that stair, and having that be like almost a moving living image as kind of a backdrop to the conference room would actually be a really interesting concept to study.
Yeah.
Is it a conference room, or is it just like an open, because it seems like it's open to everything, or is it just like a communal space?
It's open to everything. So it's on the second level with the public terrace, so you can go from the terrace to that work bar. It's a completely open space on the second level. And then as the floors go up, it gets a little bit more private.
Okay. Yeah, because I think I interpreted it as like one of those co-working, like that's where you have your kombucha and your beer on tap kind of locations, rather than like a formal conference room. Yeah, but I think I see the detail now.
Gotcha. Yeah, sorry, I was still on level 2 or level 3 where it looks like a individual room. But I think to Dan's point is if you brought that up through the building and kind of use that space, kind of flipping it would kind of be this interesting moment. I mean, it's really nice to have a stair adjacent to a large opening, but I think also when you have that kind of moment of circulation, it could be interesting to highlight it in a different way.
Right. It might be a different feature like on different floors, but yeah, I think it's a really nice moment that's set up, and I think that would be sort of like something that's sort of like the sense of arrival on each floor, where you immediately, I think part of the conversation around the tech offices is like to try to get people in the course of their everyday sort of just movements to like run into each other so that you can sort of like spark conversations. And I think that's like the space to do that. One other question I had sort of adjacent to that, like co-working thing, where I think a lot of people are maybe coming into the office some days of the week rather than having like their own private offices, is like, are there places that can serve as sort of like breakouts if somebody needs to go have like a phone call or like needs to get out of the space?
On the third level, there are these like private rooms that you can take a break from work, or you can rent out and take a phone call, or just get out of like the regular office that are on the floors above. On it right here, you can see that.
I see.
Did
Yeah,
you look at schemes where you had, I think like just looking at your plans, kind of flipping back through them, it seems like you kind of segregated specific uses to floors. Like you've got all the breakout spaces on one floor, all of the enclosed offices seem to take up some floors, and then the open office kind of areas on others. Did you look at any versions where you maybe mixed all of those kind of different things like on one level, so they're kind of scattered throughout the building rather than
like on this
okay.
level, it has some of like the group office spaces. But since those private offices are always in the back, I really wanted to have like emphasis on group office and differentiate. But since there's not as many private offices mixed in, I didn't want to have like a hierarchy in one building rather than other, where there's group offices and just like one private office, rather than like really wanting to mix the collaborative and then separate it from the private.
Okay. And are there, I guess I'm just, it's hard to see sometimes on these, the concept board, are there like break spaces on each office floor as well? Or is it like the goal is to get everybody down to that main one at the bottom of the stair?
That would definitely be a goal, but there's a kitchen and seating area right on the edge of each floor. So
Okay.
there's like a small break space. But the main collaborative and like break space would be probably the second level.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I was first looking at it, I was thinking that was the only one. And I was like, that was a real, you know, like a hard move. Like we're going to force everybody to come down here and they're going to have to run into each other, which is, you know, good or bad was like a stance. I think it's definitely helpful to have, like practically, it's definitely helpful to have some on each floor like you have shown, but I kind of like the idea of forcing everybody through this kind of theatrical descent down the stairway to this one common area that they would all have to go to use, and forcing that interaction as well.
I think stepping back to that private breakout space, I think the way they're set up is a little too social. I think some people like probably want that, but you kind of already have the social spaces like out.
Would you mind highlighting which one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was in the Zoom one. Yeah. So if I think these are what you were highlighting as the private breakout spaces, is that right?
Are you on concept board?
I guess I'm, yeah, on the concept board.
Oh.
3? Yeah, level 3.
Okay.
Is that what you were describing?
As the breakout spaces?
Yeah.
No, those are just the group office spaces that have the ability to close, but these would be some breakout spaces are more on the second level.
Okay, yeah,
or
sorry.
the third level. Sorry, I can't tell where your mouse is.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I see your mouse now. Those are the breakout. Yes.
He's here. Okay. Yeah, I think you need some like maybe like one person spaces too.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a little bit of variation of scale. More like pods.
We're gonna have to move on soon, but does anyone have any closing comments that they want to add?
I think it's a really nice space, and I think like the sort of feeling of openness is and kind of, I don't know, I think it feels like a nice workspace, so the general like emotional tone of it feels really nice.
Yeah, I don't think we touched on that kind of open plaza on the second level much in our comments, but I think that that space is something that you would see activated a lot by the people working there. Like the kind of common indoor kitchen area is really great, but I think you'd almost see, you know, people coming in and spending the first 20 minutes of their day downstairs in that kind of open terrace. It's a really nice element.
Yeah, I think you could talk of it like a porch, and I see sometimes like Gulf South people trying to do that in public buildings of trying to use that sort of residential feeling space.
Yeah, put some furniture in there, and outdoor furniture, right? That's
Some
outside.
plants.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it would be a really great space. And honestly, that's like when people are looking for premium office space, that's kind of what they're looking for these days too. There's like extra things that don't necessarily contribute to like the leasable square footage or the production value, but just make it a better experiential environment for their employees. Yeah, I think that's great. And then I assume the roof was occupiable as well. I didn't see a roof plan, but it looked like there's a green roof.
It was just a light vegetation green roof to catch like extra rain, like aids to the environment. It wasn't impossible though.
Yeah, I think you've done a great job though. I'm quite impressed with us. This was just a semester's worth of work, or yeah. That's frankly, yeah, that's pretty impressive. So I think y'all have done a great job. And I think, you know, going forward when you're doing other projects, some of these comments about the considerations for a little bit of that connection to that outdoor space in Plaza or things you can take forward into your other projects.
Completely. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Great. Well, thank you, Laura.
Thank you guys.
We really appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Nice work. All right. So next up is Jeremy. He has a different take on the Plaza, which I think will be nice to kind of compare and contrast to Lauren's project.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Share my screen. Everybody can see, yes. It's moving, yes. Great. Okay, I'm going to start. Hello and good morning. My name is Jeremy Goldberg, and this is my final project, 1000 Poitras. This project lies in the heart of New Orleans' central business district, 5 blocks from the Superdome and surrounded by many large office, apartment, and commercial buildings. This project site is currently a large parking lot. This particular parking lot is a popular game day tailgate destination for Saints fans. The immediate site context contains blocks of apartment, commercial, office, government, and private buildings. The majority of the surrounding context is commercial and hotel apartment buildings. Additionally, a number of surrounding buildings have ground floor retail programs, shown in a diagonal hash. Directly on the sight line of our project lies a small vegan restaurant, as well as a private residence that was once a bank. The mixed occupancy types of our site surrounding makes for variance in building heights. Seen in yellow are the surrounding buildings that are considered low-rise, and seen in red are all high-rise buildings on the site. This proposed building will be a high-rise structure. Here is the sun path and wind directions for the summer and winter solstices. The sun will pass over the southern side of the site, and the wind will come from both the southwest and northeast directions. From this data, more consideration can be put into developing a building mass. The building mass is rationalized through a series of 6 steps. Starting with the oriented site, a main mass is extruded, creating a divide in the site. With the existing parking lot to the south and the Superdome 5 blocks to the west, a tunnel is carved out through the extrusion to guide the pedestrian path of travel. Using the open ground floor space as public outdoor plaza, the remaining programmatic space must be lifted into another mass. The 2 masses are then visually separated by an offset, and finally, to make sure the natural light enters the public plaza, a hole is punched in the horizontal mass, mirroring the tunnel in the vertical mass. Then I examined the efficacy of the open atrium placement through a daylight hours analysis study on both the massing as a whole and the ground plane. Factoring in the shadows cast from the two existing adjacent high-rise buildings, these diagrams were produced. In the summer months, natural light will reach the ground plane on the northern edge of the site and directly below the atrium opening. However, in the winter months, the public plaza will get little to no direct sunlight exposure. This means that more strategies have to be used to brighten up the plaza space. The next consideration is drainage. New Orleans averages around 60 inches of rain per year, so dealing with excess water is a necessity. On the atrium side of the building, the roof edges will slightly slope downwards to direct rainwater. On the other side of the building, the roof will slope down towards a gutter. All the rainwater will be directed down the building, where several rain gardens will be placed to prevent the plaza from overflowing, used for storage of excess water, and liven up the plaza space during months with less sunlight exposure. Circulation for this project is broken up into stairs, elevators, and accessibility ramps. There are 2 ramps at ground floor, 2 elevators, and 3 sets of stairs. The stair and elevator core on the north face of the building will become the lobby structure, and the southern stairs ground the other side of the vertical mass. The stair core on the west side of the building is a fire exit and anchors the horizontal mass to the site. The mass is split into 3 programmatic barns: plaza, assembly, and office. As you rise up the floors of this project, there's a gradient from public to private program. Additionally, within the assembly mass, there will also be a gradient from public to private as you move deeper south into the building. The program distribution will reflect these masses as well as the condition when these masses intersect. With a total of 56,000 square feet, this mixed-use building is mostly office space, seen in dark and light blue. The plaza massing is subdivided into retail, lobby space, back-of-house corridors, and ground floor circulation. The assembling mass contains large open office and special programs such as a double-height assembly space, kitchen, library, and lounge. Here's the first floor plan. You can see the retail and back-of-house program tucked into an L at the site's edge. The plaza contains 4 rain gardens placed under the atrium and at the edges of the site. The carved tunnel condition splits the vertical mass, and the lobby space is formed on the north side. As you move up, the pedestrian enters large shared spaces, such as an assembly space, library, and open office lounge. Moving from front to back, the program switches into more private elements, such as meeting rooms and more traditional office spaces. The third floor of the building contains the second story of the assembly space and grand lounge, but separates into more private spaces for people that work in the building, thus reinforcing the public to private gradient moving up the building. The fourth floor of this building separates the vertical office stack from the horizontal assembly space. This floor is designed as mirrored program bars of offices, while open work lounges fill the void. The fifth floor is similar to the floor below, a mirrored pattern of private and open space with glazing overlooking the atrium. This section is cut east-west through the middle of the building. You can see how the program was lifted to make room for a public plaza underneath and the large rain garden that lies under the atrium. You can also see the variation in height conditions in the varying programmatic elements. This section is cut perpendicular to the previous section, north-south, and cuts through the office body. The main lobby stair winds up the building northern side, and as you can see, once again, the path from public to private space, both upwards through the building, but also goes front to back. This section cuts through a clothing store, small coffee shop, and assembly space. Taking another look at the atrium from the other side, this section perspective captures the spatial conditions within this building. This section also offers a look into every program type in the building: the main double height lounge and workspace, library, meeting room, 2 private offices, and open office space. Additionally, you can see the condition of the rain garden and how its edges raised both to be at the edge of the planter, but is also built-in seating for pedestrians. These are the structural drawings for this project. The system uses type 2 steel construction, which provides the ability to have longer spans. It is non-combustible. The column grid is 5 by 7 by 6. And the main elements are columns, beams, and pile caps. However, for clarity, the girder system and corrugated steel decking is not shown. In the bottom right corner, you can see an example of a typical bay. This is a diagram of the mechanical system for the building. Air is dispersed through ducts that run inside the floor plates and vertically through shafts that run up the building. This axonometric of the building shows the finished form and context. This is a first look at materiality, as well as the facade system, which is broken down into vertical and horizontal systems. This is the building elevation from Poydras Street. Looking at the north side of the building, you can see that the plaza and retail are distinguished from the horizontal assembly mass and the vertical office mass. Horizontal louvers run outside of the glazing on the assembly mass to draw out the horizontal move. Units of metal rain screen panels and glazing are stacked to form the vertical system that runs up the office, with openings in the pattern for elevator and above the atrium seen here in the south rampart elevation. You can also see two existing buildings on the site, the vegan restaurant and the private residence. The path through the plaza is also seen in this O'Keefe elevation. On this side, there are no breaks in the vertical facade system. The vertical stack rises above the roof to hide the elevator penthouse and exaggerate the verticality to balance with the adjacent high-rise buildings. Here are the facade detail drawings. The horizontal louvers are attached to the outside of the curtain wall by clips that come from the vertical and horizontal steel mullions. The metal panel and glazing units are prefabricated and then stacked on top of each other and used as a curtain wall system that is hung from the steel structure. In the axonometric drawing, you can also see the other building systems, such as plumbing pipes, air ducts, and sprinklers. Here's the perspective from the corner of Rampart and Poydras. You can see the unique shadows cast on the ground plane from the atrium above. Into the plaza, light concrete panels subdivide the ground plane and are reflected on the ceiling plane. This strategy lightens the plaza on darker days. This is the interior perspective of the main corner lounge, which is also a double height open office space. The louver system creates a unique lighting condition within and also creates a unique visual experience. Here is an interior perspective of a meeting room with acoustic sound paneling on the wall for sound reduction. The louvers yet again create both a unique frame for a view outside, but also privacy from outdoor onlookers. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I hope you enjoyed.
I really like what you've done with the plaza here, and also obviously thinking about like stormwater retention is very important in New Orleans, but this plaza, I think this looks like a great kind of public plaza space where it'd be a nice place to spend some time. Also really like the way you've oriented some of the retail things, like to create more of this internal street front rather than addressing Poydras as much, which is sort of turning your back on the city, but also kind of creates more activation in your plaza, which seems like a really nice space. I think your renderings don't do you any justice because they come off kind of cold, but I feel like you've definitely it seems like you've created some really dynamic spaces in here. So, maybe just warming them up in the future, like in Photoshop, just split tone it with a little yellow to just make it a little more inviting feeling. Because I think, the space that's depicted is definitely nice, but it is just, there's like a blue cast to them that makes them feel a little cold, which I don't think would be the case. But yeah, I really like what you've got going on with the plaza and the way you've thought about circulation through it. Do you have any interest in landscape architecture as well in general, or was it really for this project that you got into it?
I mean, I think it's cool. I like to try my hand at things that, new things. So I had gotten the feedback that the plaza was seeming really cold kind of previously. And so kind of adding the green element was my attempt at kind of warming it up. And I was kind of feeling like I was having success with that element. So I just kind of took me.
Yeah, I think my reaction, and when I say coldness, it's literally about like the white balance in the renderings themselves. Like if they were just warmed up, I think that would help a lot. But no, I think the kind of, there's some playfulness with the arrangement of the beds that's fun, and obviously makes like these different areas for seating conditions and different advantages that people could have if they're just like hanging out, people watching, that I think is really nice.
Yeah, and I think the color thing, there's nothing dishonest about that, because like the sun will just do that. Like that'll be the reality, is it'll feel a lot warmer. But yeah, I definitely agree about the plaza. I think one of the things that's nice about it is the sort of like variety of scales of those like little breakout rooms that are kind of implied. Yeah, and then the other thing I really liked circulation wise that you set up is on the typical upper floor. So I think that loop around the atrium that you set up is a really nice condition, and having that sort of small assembly space like in the middle, sort of along with the light well, I think is really quite nice. So yeah, it just feels like a considered circulation. And then I think having the poche space of like sort of infrastructure and support that Kentaro mentioned previously, I think this sort of like bottom left corner, I've noticed on a few schemes, like seems to be kind of like a little bit more dead space. And so I think it makes sense that you're locating some of the more closed off things that way, which is letting that main space feel more open.
So touching on the plaza, I mean, I think, again, fronting, you've got the large facade, which kind of places the building, but I think opening that plaza, we've heard before that there's not a lot of pedestrian traffic on Poydras, and I think that has to do with the width of the street versus the narrowness of the sidewalk, especially on this block, right? And opening that plaza up, I think the moment you see a lot of foot traffic on Poydras are where you have public plazas, but most of them are uncovered. So having this large covered plaza, I think, is actually going to be a really great moment for pedestrians. And kind of, I like the fact, Lindsay touched on pulling the retail kind of from the street frontage and pulling it back. And, she kind of referenced it's turning your back on the city. It's almost like you could actually look at it the opposite way. It's almost inviting the city in, right? It's forcing people to take a step off that public right of way and really giving that plaza back as much as you can to the public in that sense. And so I think it's an interesting kind of, statement. I mean, I think a lot of tenants would probably want that street frontage, right? And would kind of complain that they're not being right at the sidewalk. But I think from a public kind of interface, it's actually an interesting concept to make people kind of pass into the space itself.
Yeah, I think this is like one of the few places that feels a little bit more like New York like. And I think there was a moment when somebody did that with a skyscraper for the first time, stepped it back. I forget which one, it was one of the iconic ones, but like creating that plaza. I think part of the invitation to step off the street is I think maybe like catching the eye. So this tower element that lands with sort of like a square in plan form. I'm looking at one of the renderings right now. Yeah, that. I think that's something that you would probably have an opportunity to try to like dress up with something more playful, public art or something, rather than just carrying the facade panels down. I think that's sort of like an opportunity for some sort of welcoming gesture to try to like catch people's eye and bring them in.
Yeah, I guess that's one question I had is the treatment. I'm assuming where the panels stop and you get kind of the horizontal banding. Is that the elevator kind of showing itself?
Yeah, so yeah, the idea was that there would just be like, if you were going up an elevator, there would just be.
Yeah, I think to Dan's point though, that actually gives you a nice kind of blade vertical element that could actually be highlighted in a different way. So you still get the idea that vertical circulation is happening there, but it not be, I see what you're doing. You're kind of leaving the floor plates. You're kind of seeing the idea of what the section of the building is. But I think from kind of a perspective of when you're seeing it in street view, it kind of wants to be something more that kind of helps bring you up there. This perspective right here, that's on the board, kind of from the corner of Rampart and Poydras. One thing I would maybe challenge, and it's probably a lot of folks, not just you, but the idea of ramps as more than just a kind of 3.5 foot wide strip that transverses you kind of at a slope, you know, especially when it's at that sidewalk edge. I think having something that could, you know, widen out and kind of be larger circulation, that doesn't just feel like somebody who's in a wheelchair has to kind of like move to the edge and come up. It's something we deal with every day. And it's hard because you don't want to give up too much space, but I think that especially at that front corner, finding a way to kind of make it a bit more of a design feature as opposed to just that like transportation at that edge would be really nice.
Yeah,
I think there was kind of an opportunity to terrace your plaza a little bit and kind of bring people up gradually with like multiple levels, which could have been, if you're looking at it again, could have been an option. Then you can kind of incorporate that ADA ramp into it, so it almost disappears a little bit too and just becomes part of your landscape.
Yeah, I think like one of the signs of like a really well-resolved public space is that you almost don't notice it happening when that like terracing up. But it makes a really big impact to like take care of those things. So like that area Mark was just highlighting, like you wouldn't need to have this sort of like wall here. And then the other thing, sometimes you can like bring in some stairs, like kind of midway or things like that to try to make that sort of long edge feel a little bit more permeable. If somebody is like walking down and then suddenly it's like, oh, actually I want to wander up. Just like little breaks.
I think especially with your focus on the rain garden pieces, like merging those two elements together, the circulation and the rain gardens, kind of gives you natural transition moments, right? Instead of the rain gardens kind of being these individual planters kind of set in the middle of a plaza, having them kind of step out and engage with those elements allows you to kind of soften them a bit, so that they don't feel like they're just these kind of channels.
You know, everybody's mentioning about these plaza situation, and you know, if this was in New York, it probably won't work because you know, it's kind of New York's very sort of street front edge, sidewalk edge condition. They used to have a bonus plaza program where if you provide a public plaza, you can go build higher, more square footage to their development. And they discontinued it because all the plazas that they built, most of them were unsuccessful. But in New Orleans, I think it's actually quite, could be very successful because we always seek for shades, right? And from shelter from rain. So I think that's everybody's what responding to. And the yes, if this is a rain garden, make it a rain garden. And we have a pretty good example of rain garden in our campus where, you know, it kind of dips down from the ground plane, not build up, right? I think, you know, the transition from the ground plane, respecting the ground plane, instead of this kind of planterly things and make the whole thing, that's the prominent feature, probably would sell the project a little bit better. That we're looking for that project that Lauren had, you know, the second floor outside, just that kind of thing. You know, will be better. It will become an amenity. The other thing is the way I wanted to kind of go back to the way you talked about the project. Can you go back to your diagrams again on the where you had the, first of all, let's look at this kind of the height analysis that you did. I think that was great.
Building heights?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's it. So I think you said you're positioning your project as a high rise. Did you say that?
Yeah, it's around 80 something.
Yeah, but I think what you did well was you transitioned from low rise to high rise. I think it's probably better, if I were you, I would kind of present it that way, where you're actually building something that respects both scale and transition from one to the other. I think I don't have the, it will be great to see your building in there and talk about how mass, you're strategizing the mass to, transition from one to the other in this kind of edge condition between the high rise and low rise. I think that starts to get the narrative going. And then the solar analysis part, can you go couple? Yeah. I think, for instance, this one, your analysis is only showing one with the building mass on it. Am I right? Jeremy?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
They're both with the building mass and the, sorry.
Proposed,
and
the proposed building's already on it. I would love, I think it would be great to see one without it. And, that describes the existing condition. And, if you can talk about your positioning of mass relative to that, how you take advantage of that. And also the end result, how it gets transformed. I think, in summer, okay, so in the little bit of what you're starting to said is, that public plaza, it's sort of in kind of a, how can I say, on the northern side. You want to try to bring some way of bringing light into that plaza during the winter time, and then talk about how the massing strategy and the cantilever of the mass kind of prevents the summer, provides shade during the summer. I think that's probably the how can I say, missed opportunity, or you can use that as part of the narrative to talk about your site strategy. And then the last thing, let's go to the drainage, sort of the water management stuff. Okay, it will be great. See, I think the minimum, what was it? The minimum amount of the rain detention for New Orleans now by code is 1.25 inches. You have to be able to, yeah. So how much is that? What is that in terms of volume? And how would that impact the kind of the overall strategy in terms of detention strategy? If you can talk about it a little bit more in quantitative, you may not be required to do this, but it would, this again, and that might say that your whole plaza has to be a rain garden, and you can't do that. So then, you have X, Y, and Z strategy. So, the roof will capture, 20% of that thing, the amount, and so on and so forth. So you can start to talk about the criteria, the constraints given, and how you creatively manage that in conjunction with the overall sort of design strategy.
Yeah, and luckily it's the landscape architects or engineers who have to do those calculations. We're not allowed to, so we can avoid that math. But yeah, there's the rain gardens. There's our tanks is like creating like a retention volume that's like underneath the paving, cisterns, like those are the common strategies, I guess.
So I want to take a moment, the system side of this seems very well thought out. It seems pretty coherent and inclusive of kind of everything that you were challenged to take into account. And again, in a one semester, this is a really well-developed kind of overall systems. Going back to the facade, I struggle with the idea that it feels a bit monolithic in the treatment of the louver systems and then the kind of vertical system. And looking at the neighboring building, right, 930 Poydras,
Yeah.
they did some things to be kind of playful about that, right, with the stepping of the windows, the kind of box. And I think finding some way to break that down at moments instead of it being a monolithic treatment on all the facades could actually go a really long way. And also going to the interior renderings, it just feels like if you had some moments kind of breathe, I know those are decently spaced, right? But when you start getting further back, like the idea that you could have these kind of moments where you could kind of pop out and see kind of an unobstructed view, I think could be really kind of special moments, right? And you align them with program to kind of create moments where, it's if you've got like a co-working kind of collaborative space, maybe that's where it opens up. Again, I understand the kind of idea of why, you have that treatment, and I think it's a very smart kind of way to handle it. But I think just finding that ability to break it down, because also these things aren't going to be monolithic, right? You started to detail them, but you're going to have joints. And so playing with the joints and kind of playing with some reveals in there, it may just give it a bit of visual interest. Whereas when you look at that kind of corner rendering, it feels, I think this goes back to kind of what Lindsay was talking about too, is it feels a bit cold. It's just this kind of two blocks that don't separate in some ways. And I think it do you well to kind of investigate that at a deeper level.
I think so. This isn't a knock on this project, but I think like a lot of there's a situation that seems to always happen on two-lane like projects where like everything is rendered in like 100% curtain wall, and as if it was like the 1950s still, and then we're like adding like louvers to try to address the sustainable aspects. But I think one of the ingredients in composition of the facade is that, so like curtain wall is maybe what, like $120 a square foot system, something that's like an insulated wall assembly metal clad or something might be $30 a square foot. Just as a rough ratio, it's probably not quite right. But I think the other aspect is that like there's a huge energy cost to the glazing. Even if you spend for really nice like layered glazing, it's going to be like really terrible compared to an insulated wall assembly. So I think there's like some sort of analysis of ratio of glazing to non-glazed facade assemblies that would be one of the first things you do in an energy model, is like try to figure out like how much glazing you want to spend. And then I think, yeah, that's just like, I think a component to facade composition that like should be in your mind, and it will be as soon as you like get into like actual practice. But I think two-lane could do a little bit better pushing like that specific question.
Yeah, and I think going into, looking at it from a plan standpoint and kind of the facade, right? I think you do a good job of setting some hierarchy of spaces in the plan. And I think all of these kind of elements we're talking about in the facade could be brought to the facade to kind of help set some hierarchy outside of your main mass forms. I think you could still have that read, but not be the kind of sole hierarchy on that kind of facade treatment. On the upper levels, I do kind of appreciate your kind of mirror rotate effect with the private offices, I think that that's a great way to kind of allow for, you know, a lot of people would have probably put all the private offices on one end and just left half the floor open. Or, you know, I think this allows for the ability for that space to break down, limit the amount of space that isn't getting direct sunlight to, you know, just those two office as you kind of pass through. And it kind of creates a vestibule moment between those two spaces that I think could be actually really interesting when you're in that space. It looks like it's just a little simple corridor on the plan, but I think if you treated that appropriately in detail, it could actually be a really interesting kind of transition from one of those open working spaces to the other. So.
Is the, you mentioned that it does technically qualify as a high rise. Is that because of the sort of like the flying facade treatment, or does like the actual building, it's tall enough?
The actual building is tall enough. The
Okay.
I believe that the facade only goes above the roof 5-6 feet, so that would make it around still 8 feet tall.
So what are your ceiling heights roughly then? Because it's only 5 stories, right?
Yeah, so there are the first one starts at 3 foot, so +3, and then that's a 20-foot height. And then all of the slabs add 3 because it has the structural system as well as the mechanical systems in there. So I had thick floor plates, and the reason for that is because earlier in the scheme there were a lot of cantilevers, so I needed a lot of structural system within these floor plates. So and then it was doubly to have these cantilevers as well as a facade strategy, but it was refined for this iteration. So the ceiling heights are 12 to 15 feet on the insides or on the floors. So, and then, yeah, so it'd be 60 plus 20 inches.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, those are great, generous, very, very generous plate to plate heights then. I mean, I think like the kind of to some of the other reviewers' comments, it does feel like the plans are pretty well resolved, but then when you translate them to the facade, like you're kind of missing the same level of like thoughtfulness and resolution on a little bit of that. What is the very top of the kind of vertical cantilever of the louvers? Is that, what was the purpose behind that?
Yeah, so the purpose behind that, I briefly kind of touched on it was, sorry, I don't know why I was moving the slide, but the strategy was that there would be the elevator penthouse, and kind of when I was like, yeah, when I was like looking at that, and the vertical system stopped at the roof, I just thought it kind of looked like a little like weird hat. So Professor DeCotiis and I decided that maybe having it extend up would both be a concealment factor as well as kind of once again that transition from like low to high rise on the site and like dealing with that grade change.
Okay. Yeah, I see that now, that looking at that, the rendering that's on the front. Yeah, it's an interesting treatment, but yeah, I think maybe having thought about that, like you're treating it as this skin that flies past everything, like having that maybe treated on that side a little bit different than when you get to the other end of the building where you don't necessarily need it to function that way for you. Like it has a purpose here, which makes, I follow your logic, and it makes sense. And it's not totally unsuccessful, but then as you transition to the other side of the building, maybe thinking about it a little bit different back there, more for what its intentionality was, might have been helpful.
It begs to make that rooftop occupied, and then maybe it could transition down to a height that's guardrail height, right? So you kind of get that datum at the front, to align with the elevator, and then you kind of step in on the sides to get some views of downtown.
Yeah.
I think it could actually be a really nice like dual use element. Right now, it just kind of feels like a piece of Clyde. And I will say from the beginning, seeing the elevators at the edge, I was a bit surprised because in office buildings, they typically want to kind of keep those away from the street. But I'm noticing you've got the interesting kind of circulation path that you have to enter the plaza and then come back in. So you've got that inherent distance from the street on foot to get to the elevators, which most building owners are going to want for security purposes. But being able to pull them to the edge, it creates an interesting design problem. You know, we typically try to stick those in the core because the exact things you're kind of dealing with right now. But I think that it provides you opportunities to react to that was a bit further development, I think could have, you know, things we've already touched on. But it is interesting. I think forcing the traffic deep into the plaza is actually a really nice move instead of having it where you can just come straight off the sidewalk into the lobby.
Yeah. I think that's probably one of my favorite parts about the project is the kind of forced plaza condition and really trying to activate that space by bringing everything inward. And like one of y'all said, inviting people in off the street rather than turning your back on it. It is, I think it's much more, someone mentioned New York earlier, but I think it's much more like this is common in Chicago. There's a lot more like activated plazas with big buildings there. But yeah, I think we could use more of it in New Orleans for all the reasons of rain and sun and all the things that it kind of helps with if you're just somebody passing by on the street to be able to take shelter really quickly. But yeah, I think that this kind of like interior street front that's been created on the ground level is great.
I just say one kind of a nitpicky thing. When you draw a section, especially in this case, a transverse section relative to the office space, I really would like you to include the section of the adjacent buildings. Not necessarily the inside part, but as an outline mass, right? Because that starts to talk about next one before.
This one?
One before. Yeah, this one. Because that starts to talk about the scale. That's a cut. That's a mass. That, you know, and have a street and then a street line, so on and so forth, and gets a little bit convoluted in the same thing. So this is all space that's created by this urban condition that then you're inserting your project in. And I think that kind of understanding is important from a scale perspective, as well as, you know, it certainly starts to reflect some idea about what kind of light condition this place will be. And, you know, I realized that even in the West and East and West, we have two tall buildings. So you don't have the low horizontal, you know, light coming into this building, you know, early in the morning or late in the afternoon. And you know, all you need to do is in general is to deal with the kind of a more angular light during the day. And you know, don't sort of, you know, you do these tools. We have these tools to do simulations, but I would like you to understand why those simulations are given a certain result in the context in a more kind of a, how can I say, visualized haptic way, as opposed to just taking the result, a simulation result, as if that's the fact. But other than that, again, I mean, congratulations. It's a nice project, very tight. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Kentaro mentioned earlier the sort of gesture to the two very small scale buildings that are the direct neighbors. And I think that's something that people are always really sensitive to in town. And I think you might do just like a small scale context elevation, maybe showing what's like that sort of very smallest sort of scale relation, and then flipping it perpendicular and seeing the super tall buildings, because I think that's like a very harsh disjunction to try to balance. And I do think the basic instinct was kind of a sensitive gesture to that.
All right, I think that's a good note to end it on. Thanks so much, Jeremy. We appreciate it, all the hard work.
Thank you, everyone, for the feedback. Really appreciate it.
All right, Brittany is up next.
Hey, good morning. My name is Brittany Crawford, and the idea behind this schematic office design is work hard, play hard. So in site analysis, traffic flow is studied in order to gain an understanding of movement around the site, as well as the most opportunable spaces to make pedestrian friendly, since the idea is to bring individuals in from the adjacent buildings. Cities everywhere typically lack green space, so it was a goal to implement more onto the site in order to promote environmental sustainability. Understanding the way in which the site experiences the sun was an important factor in deciding which wing of the building would hold the most green and plaza space. Presented are the main zoning requirements pertaining to the project. And to note, 75-foot maximum of the building. In order to begin designing a facade for this proposal, it was important to study and understand building materiality belonging to surrounding structures in order for conversation to happen between the buildings. The massing strategy began with an orthogonal division of the site. The right wing was pushed back in order to implement plaza space, as well as methods for ecological promotion. This recession of structure allows the project to be more pedestrian friendly. The building shaping process began by tracing the property line, scaling the shape down, and removing the portion of the eastern wing. The programmatic strategy was split between work and play because in this office building proposal, it is important to have moments where there is flexibility and breathing space outside of the rigor of business and work. Here we get a clear visual of program arrangement for each floor. Diving deeper into water control and an environmental push, an aquaponic system is created to not only give the foundation a healthier set of soil to rest upon and the building more plant opportunity, but it will also be something that brings attention to the building and adds to its aesthetic. The system will work in a way in which rainwater is collected through roof runoff, draining into pipes that carry the water down into lower floor gardens and ultimately into the ground plan plaza, which holds all the aquatic life. So this diagram just represents all of that. This design is located on the block of Pleasures with South Rampart and O'Keefe being adjacent streets of the site, where the ground floor program consists mainly of retail. When designing retail, it's important to consider what the area offers and what is it lacking. For example, there's a laundromat implemented not only for office workers and those of the neighboring apartments, but also because of the idea that there simply isn't a laundromat within a 15-mile radius. So I considered all of those elements when designing this retail spaces in the ground floor. It is on the second floor and beyond where we begin to have the opportunity to create distinct bubbles of work and play. In this project, areas of meditation, gym activity, gaming, and leisure spaces are considered play. Much of anything that serves purpose other than the flat out definition of office work can be considered play. This section cut is through the experiential stair that runs along the facade. And this is a cut directly behind the experiential stair that allows the opportunity to see the aquaponic system, which kisses the eastern facade. This zoomed in section cut through the system allows us to understand the aluminum paneling facade assembly and how it's attached. Through this rendering, we were further able to understand the spatial and floor conditions. The selected system for this project is steel frame, given the push and pull of the building's elements. The structure consists of 2 sets of mandatory egress stairs and 1 extended set of main stairs that cling to the eastern facade of the building. This view allows us to visualize the proposed double height spaces, the experiential stair, and a sample of what a collaboration or leisure space may look like. Here we can further visualize what this aquaponic system looks like and how it connects to the building. Presented in this perspective is the proposed touchdown space. A view of the plaza showing the implemented ground green space while also allowing us a glimpse of the aquaponic system and how its ground elements connect ADA ramps while also being a means of retail entry. Notice the water carrying pipes stretching from the ground floor to upper floors. And an overall view of the building. Thank you.
Thanks, Brittany. I just wanted to let you all know she was having trouble uploading diagrams to concept board too. So we'll have to kind of walk her through the slideshow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, some of those, I think we saw pretty quickly on some of the more detailed things. I don't know if it may be useful to go back to at least the floor plans and maybe give us a second to take those in. Thanks.
So the aquaponic system is inside the building facade, correct? And it's start with the plant. Well, it's aquaponic, so do you have fish in there?
Yes, the fish are located at the very bottom floor.
I think I saw I assumed it was exterior from the, I guess some of the things that were uploaded onto the concept board. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, can you go to that diagram and tell us a little bit more about the system?
Yes.
It looks like, yeah, we're looking at it from inside. Yeah.
So this is a cut of the system. So it's in between the exterior. It's part of the interior. It's closed off. It's not open to air. And it just sits in between the program of the building and the exterior. So it's kind of like a mid strip in between outside and inside, just a break.
Did you ever consider having it be on the exterior? I see that you've got on your floor plan, you've got that space separated from from the main space anyway, and maybe let it be expressed on the facade so that people could see it from both sides really well.
I actually chose not to use it as an exterior because I didn't want it to come off as a green wall or like a green facade. I wanted it to be an aquaponic system that relies on these lights, the day-night cycle lights, the sprayers, things like that. I wanted it to be more of a system instead of something that was just driven by sunlight and natural rainwater.
So you really could have put it anywhere inside the building then. So it's got like a full, like, artificial light setup as well. I don't think I'm familiar with this kind of system, but so you really could have pulled it. It could have been off the facade and fully internal. Is that what you're saying? Like the way the system works?
The way the system works, it could be, but for experience purposes, I wanted to put it on the facade because we're already drawing people in with the plaza. So I wanted it to be on the facade just to be another thing that can pull people in.
Is it, can you see it from the outside or is it like a fully closed off wall? I think I saw the building section was like insulated panels or.
You can definitely see it from the outside. And the last one of the last perspectives.
Do you have a section? Go to the section.
I don't have. This is the only type of section I have from it, which shows an interior view. This section is from the right wing going into the building. So on the far right, those panels, this is a zoomed in version of that.
Got it. Yeah.
But the
Can
perspective,
you flip back to that last perspective real quick?
you can see it from the outside. The material that I used was a fog glass, so it's kind of hard to see it in the rendering, but overall you can see it from the outside. Because the idea is for the glass to be transparent, not so much fog, but the way transparent glass looked, it wasn't appealing.
So what are you proposing is grown in the aquaponic system?
It could be indigenous plants or just any type of plants. I didn't truly consider the plant type that would be grown in the system.
Yeah.
And when you say aquaponic, normally aquaponic involves fish cultivation too, correct?
Yes, that's happening to the ground floor where you see that strip of also fog glass because water gave a really bad reflection for some reason. I should have photoshopped it in, but.
So that you can see the fish.
Yes, you can see the fish. It's like when you go to the aquarium and you can walk on top of the glass. That's what this retail entry space is in the far back.
I think it would be fun to consider sort of like what happens like sort of like with the like harvested sort of like results of the garden, and like if there's like some sort of way that can be like incorporated into the space or like the program. I guess, yeah. Trying to think like what the like some way of like extending the narrative.
It feels like if the aquaponic system doesn't need to be on a perimeter wall because it has its own like artificial lighting system, it kind of feels like it could have been another strategy, could have been to really make this like your exterior green wall. So you start to hint at what's happening on the inside and then locate the aquaponic system more interior so that people, when they're in their fully interior office areas, actually have access to this plant life that doesn't even require sunlight to function. I mean, I think that could have been like a really strong move, like to have that sort of like interior. And I guess like the lighting that you probably have to use would mimic the sun, right? So then you bring a little bit of that exterior into the interior office environment. Because just one of the other things that this is just kind of a technicality of how glass works and like angle of incidence, like if you're a pedestrian down low on the street and you look up at a building, a lot of the time you're not gonna be able to see through the glass very well. It'll end up with a slight mirror effect just because of the way like light in your eyes work. So that's just something to keep in mind. So I think like, unfortunately, I think that like just the angle of people like looking up at it, you're gonna miss a lot of that. Like what's probably gonna be really beautiful, kind of like green plant life on the interior. So turning that into an indoor outdoor space and making that actual plant life that isn't your aquaponic system, maybe it's just a more traditional green screen system, and then taking your aquaponic system interior so it really becomes like an interior artificial daylight kind of system for the office environment could be another strategy for that. And then the building, that becomes part of its identity on the exterior as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think playing into that, Lindsay, the idea that it could have been, you hint it on the facade to bring interest in, right? And you're going to spend a lot of money building this system. It feels like it doesn't make sense to align it all in one place, where it could have been moments within the building, right? Having it showcased in the lobby, right? Having it on some of those more interior, say like, you know, a conference room, right? To kind of bring light into that space, like Lindsay was talking about, getting it away from the edge. Because instead what you're doing is you're not relying on the natural light, but you're putting it right at the edge. So then you're taking some natural light in a way away from people on the inside of the building, because you're creating this filter and then you're creating fake light that kind of, bleeds out the natural light. So I think, but I guess I see it, you know, this is a really nice diagram, kind of all stacked. And I know the kind of efficiencies of this, right, is to kind of have it in one place. But from a kind of exploratory kind of thing, the idea of being able to spread them throughout the building, I think could have really talked about some hierarchy of space within it that would have been really interesting.
I think part of the hinting thing, like you were saying, you want to experience it like in the lobby or something, or like maybe there's a little portion of it that's almost like an aquarium, like down on the street. So it's sort of like a kid walking by with their parents can like sort of get intrigued, and yeah, that sort of like hook to share it with everybody, I think would be fun. Not sure. I think maybe stepping back, one of the other things that I think is really well done is the initial sort of like study of the neighborhood and the context. I think that's like a nicely done presentation. And yeah, I think it's like well put together and sort of sensitive to thinking through like what is a program element that's like missing from the neighborhood. It's yeah, definitely sort of one of the awkward things of people like starting to live in these neighborhoods, but like lacking some of the amenities that make them feel like livable.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at the diagram, your kind of design concept, you've got the kind of idea of stepping down the scale, cutting the corner, and then you've got this kind of work hard, play hard, two different colors. So is that programmatically is the kind of main block where most of the offices are, and then that kind of triangular shape is that, I saw like your yoga studio was located there. Is that, am I reading that correctly? Sorry, it's hard because we don't have the floor plans to be able to cross-reference to the diagram.
Yes, I do. Content for it stopped me from finishing the upload, but yes, it's definitely where the left-hand side is that work hard side, right-hand side, play side. So when you're looking at the diagram, it's split up in that manner.
So with that, I do like the idea that looking at what you proposed of having the kind of aquaponic system on that facade is transitional between the work zone and the play zone. So I think that's nice, but I think there's other ways on the facade treatment that you could kind of break up the facade a bit, because right now it feels from the outside of that element, I don't know that you would really read the difference between those two pieces. And I think if you're going to go in that hard into this concept of like kind of this zone of the building is about play, this zone's about work, there's probably a different language to happen on the exterior to kind of show that. And from a programmatic side, right, you may want things to be slightly different. And I feel like, you know, this kind of the aquaponics kind of like garden space that you've got, this kind of like channel that runs along the edge, kind of is just like a buffer. And it's, if you move some of those programs to the outside, if you were to pull that in and move some of those programs out, you'd start to break the facade down in an interesting way, as opposed to kind of having this unifying language across the entire piece.
Yeah, I suppose the game room would be like a really like obvious one to do, to sort of like punch through.
I do think too, this is and going back to, I'm sure you were listening to our review on Jeremy, but the idea of the ramp and the plaza, especially with this kind of diagonal kind of transition you have, finding a really kind of more transitional way to get folks up instead of just kind of a ramp at the edge, especially with those gardens. I think you could have created an interesting kind of circulation path in that would have felt a bit more than just kind of a ramp kind of at the edge. Because it's an interesting space, right? And that rendering kind of with those different triangles, I think it's just kind of doing some study of layering that on how there could have been pathways would have benefited a bit.
I tried to do that in a way with the tank by having the ramp turn into the tank, which will lead you into the retail space shown in this plan. But I do definitely understand where you're coming from. And I do appreciate you guys bringing up the idea of having those interstitial gardens where they interrupt the building, because now that I'm sitting here, I'm like, that would have been so much more interesting than just having that strip. But
What was the what kind of governed the form? I guess is that angle responding to kind of the site conditions? Like you mentioned kind of traffic studies and stuff. Was there something about this corner rather than the other corner, or like what you're addressing over on these other blocks that kind of governed where you located that diagonal in the massing?
well, in the traffic study diagram, the left side of the site, there's a space that you can pull over and it's like a loading zone, but on the right side, there's not. And I wanted to kind of break that constant traffic flow, because if I'm gonna bring in people from the neighboring apartments or from spaces across the street potentially, or like retail spaces belonging to those apartments, I wanted to have a break. So this kind of like pullback was that way of creating a more pedestrian friendly area, building, plaza space sort of situation. So the traffic studies did have to do with this pullback, because that said if it's going to be pedestrian friendly, you need to cut these cars or this traffic.
Brittany, one other thing that we were talking about earlier on too, that I think is just missing from this diagram, is there's a loading dock and garage access to the 930 Poitras building on the O'Keefe side. So it's not super pedestrian friendly. So the idea that she kind of carves away at the building in order to encourage pedestrians to be on the lake side of O'Keefe rather than the riverside.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know this intersection well, mostly from driving home during rush hour, and it's a very busy intersection because you demonstrate it well. You've got that turn lane that always backs up there. And so it always feels a bit congested because you always end up with a lot of traffic coming out of that garage in the loading area at 930 Poitras. So having that open up is definitely a benefit to not just your building, right, but to the neighborhood kind of on a greater scale. So I do think that was actually located well. And kind of responding to what's going on. The 930 building has that kind of bit of a setback, but it doesn't feel very gracious in how it kind of is represented to folks kind of walking down the street. So I think that's actually a nice moment of relief and kind of counters, right, on the next block over, you get that other kind of opposing angle in the other direction. So.
Thank you.
I have a general question about siting. What's the attitude towards parking? Because I'm assuming it's like in one of the adjacent parking spaces, but then like whatever that urban relationship is going to be like a pretty important path that everyone's taking every day.
You're saying like where would parking on this site be located?
Yeah.
Yes, it was on the south side of the building. Like there's parking space behind. So we didn't really work with parking during this project because it was kind of already told to us like the parking lot is going to be behind your building.
Yeah, so actually
there's no, oh, sorry, Dan.
So people would be sort of like arriving along that like aquatic tank, I guess. Is that sort of path everyone's taking every day?
Yes.
It's kind of a nice experience. You walk over the fish on the way in. Yeah, what is that? The Greek museum that was it Chimney did that? But there's all of that glass floor where you're walking over the ruins. It is kind of a magical experience. I was just looking back at the kind of the diagrams of the massing on the concept board. You know, I think that one of the opportunities where you really could have pushed this like work play dichotomy that you set up with like your building concept was to really like if you separated vertically those two massings as well. So like you have this, your work massing is this more and just the way that you've like laid out the program, it looks like it fell in that way, is this like square volume. If you maybe had that a bit taller than the play volume that's got the big slice out of it, you could have created like a roof deck on top of that to really push that, keeping all of like the fun stuff and this other sort of volume, and then maybe express it a little bit on the facade as well. Like, I think I like the idea of this like dichotomy of work and play to inform your building. I think I wish it was just like pushed a little bit further, like take it to the facade. Like you have something that's really buttoned up on this side and then something that gets a little bit wild, which I think you're hinting at with this aquaponic system. Like it's literally a little bit wild on this play side. But, you know, just going forward, like setting up those stories that start to inform your building, like don't be afraid to take it a little bit further, you know?
So were you saying, you know, if you're seeing this, this is that you respect the volume here, but you know, you're starting to carve out this corner as a move, and you know, obviously the ground floor, the public plaza still exists, but some of it becomes covered condition. And then other floors, you know, it could be another outdoor spaces in other floors. And in other words, I think, and perhaps the program division is in this direction, right? So whatever happens this way side is perhaps a very clear play, and this side is office or whatever the work, and then the boundary gets blurred or something from a planning perspective. I think the problem right now that I see is, you know, you have this very kind of strong move is kind of singular, and it happens once, and it's all the same. It doesn't change sectionally, right? Your section is very static, except for the stairs that kind of penetrate through each floor. And I think, you know, the opportunity to gain from this one big move is not just taking literally the cut of the corner all the way up to the roof floor, but play with that as an opportunity in the massing plan strategy in section.
Yes, I could understand.
I think one other thing I would say is, you know, and I go back to the sun analysis diagrams, because that's one of the kind of environmental passive opportunity. I think you picked the plaza for one from that perspective. That's the most shaded part. Is that right?
No, the most shaded part is the southeastern side, but it is one of the more shaded parts, I should say. It's not the most.
Okay, and then there's other reasons. You know, you did nice sort of traffic analysis and so on and so forth. So that prompted you to put your a move there. Okay. I was just, you know, if I literally take your sort of strategy for aquaponic and trying to diffuse light from that end, maybe, you know, the aquaponic and the planters may not be the optimal place, because you want, if you're diffusing light, you want to put those things in where you get most solar exposure. Am I correct? Right? And you don't necessarily put those in the place where there is already less light, which is sort of the northern side of the building.
If I were to just redo this, it would definitely make sense to put that system on the left side, just because, like Ms. Lindsay said, it provides its own light. So having it on the side with the most sun isn't necessarily saying much. So yes.
Okay.
Can you go to the some of the upper level plans?
Yes, ma'am. I can.
Yeah, so your thoughts on the area that you've created, this sort of interstitial zone with the aquaponic system. Was your thought that it was just like casual meeting space, or did you have any kind of like specific ideas in mind about like the sort of activities that would be happening in that area?
Very casual, just like a minute to breathe or read the newspaper or anything, just you can talk. It's just an in-between space almost, but not, definitely not work, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that idea of creating these like interstitial spaces that are in between and are a little bit scaled down compared to like the rest of the open space that you have is nice. But yeah, I think having them spread out like a little bit throughout could have been really, really fun. And then so you've got the game room here. What is the next level? In the sort of, okay, interior garden. Yeah, so you're starting to do it a little bit there, I suppose, where you're bringing like an interior garden space into the fully interior on this third level.
When you say interior garden, is that like fully interior that has a roof over it, or is this kind of a cut to the roof level?
Fully interior. I thought about it as like when I was looking up precedents and stuff, I saw like these large glass boxes. So that's kind of what with artificial light. So that's what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna go that way with having a roof over it, I think like at this particular point, right, opening that wall between that kind of transitional space in the garden, so you get a kind of moment where it opens up, and just I guess having a bit more porosity kind of between that kind of open work area and that transitional space would have been nice. Maybe some more openings or sliding panels that allow people to more freely flow, but you still have these kind of smaller moments. Right now, it's like you got kind of a door at the middle end, right? And I feel like it's just like if you were going to sit in there, people are going to constantly having to walk past you. Whereas if you provided more opportunities to kind of transition into that space and treat it as more of a true transitional space, it would be a little bit more kind of organic in its use. And then again, if that is going to be an interior garden, like the idea of kind of coming to that end and then it opening up into that feels like a really kind of great moment, kind of tying your two kind of systems together, right? This kind of aquaponic system and then this like garden, and maybe it's where, you can highlight, have some of the plants that you grew in aquaponics is there, right? And, a teaching moment kind of thing. That I think would be a little interesting. I also think sectionally, right, taking the roof off of that would be really nice. And a few more opportunities. I mean, you gave a lot of square footage up with the cut at the edge, so I get it, but having a few more opportunities within the building that has some sectional cuts to kind of bring light in the middle, if you're not going to move the aquaponics in and kind of have that artificial light. I just think it's a kind of deep floor plate with not a lot of opportunity for daylighting to kind of get into some of those spaces. So
I think it might. Oh, sorry, Lindsay, were you about to go? You're muted.
Sorry, I have a quick question. Does the aquaponic system need like separate climate control for everything? Is that why it's like separated rather than just being open to the main space?
No, I don't. That's a really good question. I don't believe that it does, but I don't think it can like withstanding temperatures that might be as cold as the office probably wouldn't work. So it probably definitely have to have more of a room temperature feeling, whereas office feelings are colder.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, Daniel, go ahead.
I guess I was trying to maybe build a little bit on some of the comments about how a few of these program elements might reinforce each other. So I think the interior garden, you're creating a central room with like artificial lighting, and you're also have the artificial lighting built into the aquaponic system. So I would wonder about having like the bottom edge of the aquaponics kind of like curl around that space and maybe create like sort of like a garden wall around it or something like that. Or if maybe one other idea would be to have like the library and the interior garden is sort of like a reading room where I guess I'm just thinking of like some of the play spaces might be able to kind of like
Connect.
work together or reinforce each other.
Playing off that, Dan, I mean, I don't know, something about the idea of that kind of almost traversing up through the building and kind of like I don't want to say like a Guggenheim ramp, right? Where it's like one consistent ramp, but like maybe adjacent to the stair or something where like maybe the stair, instead of it being a straight run, kind of went up one level, turned, went up, and then this kind of existed kind of in the middle of it or something. I think would have been a really interesting experience that you could have then brought all that together and kind of pulled it into the center a bit more.
Right, and the aquaponics running like right alongside the stairs, so you can kind of like pass right by them and experience them.
Mhm.
All right, I think that's a
Real
Oh,
quick,
go
I
ahead.
just want to
Yeah.
kudos though, because you took a program that is relatively straightforward in a downtown office building, and you went really hard on trying to push something that's not typically seen, right, in a kind of complicated system. So I know a lot of our comments have been kind of pushing back on kind of where it was and all that, but it's a huge step to try to make that move. So I mean, I just want to give you, compliments on that, right?
Thank you.
I also really like the sort of attention to different kind of experiences that you might want to have like throughout your day, and like having those sort of directly available. Like I'm a much more introverted person, so I always appreciate this kind of like attempts to create like a quiet moment in like a really social kind of like workspace. And I think that's an important part of like the office design conversation right now.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate all of this.
Good work.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Brittany.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and then the last student before we take a break for lunch is Frank.
Yes.
Are you ready, Frank? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm ready. All right. Hi, my name is Frank Taylor. And this proposal for Poydras offices is shaped by its immediate surroundings, passive strategies, and providing an out-of-the-ordinary experience for both the pedestrian and office user. It introduces a public plaza condition that is hard to find in the central business district, one that is not stagnant, but pulls people into the block's interior and encourages movement from one end to the other. One that offers ample shade, a meandering landscape, and places to sit. Plaza is shaped in an attempt to divert the public from the oppressive 930 Poydras building on O'Keefe Street, an idea that began from looking at the building rhythm of the surrounding context. In addition, looking at the direction of traffic, it connects the two corners of the site that will be most visible to drivers and bikers. Framework, a project by Bell Butler off Magazine Street, was also studied because of how it incorporates landscape and how it pulls the people into the block while managing grade changes from the street to the retail entrances. The plaza that carves through the built environment on the ground floor is just one of the elements that contributes to the building's form. The form is also rooted in a desire to maintain the smaller scale street rhythm of the historical buildings on Rampart Street, as well as acknowledge the height of the 930 Poydras building on the other side. This desire is met through two simple extrusions of different heights. Where the form distinguishes itself is in how these extrusions are connected. A new, more transparent component accomplishes this by wrapping around the edges of the two extrusions. It floats and cantilevers over the plaza, and also establishes a hierarchy of views into and out of the building. The addition of this floating component, however, isn't just a way of creating views and deriving one cohesive mass, but it also responds to the desire of providing a special moment in the building for office workers. Therefore, a large experiential stair is made as the centerpiece of not only this formal move, but of the entire project. It begins on the second floor, also the largest floor, where users will frequently pass it getting from one side of the building to another. For instance, if someone were to leave their office cell and head towards the library, they would walk through an indoor garden space that serves as both the experiential stair entrance area and an extension to the plaza's landscape below. As the stair ascends, landscape continues to weave its way in, as well as tables and chairs, making it an experience you can stop and enjoy. On each floor, there's also an idea that two corridors connect the more open, transparent spaces on the ends of the building. The facade is designed in a way to emphasize this programmatic shift. Precast concrete panels get gradually thinner towards the end of the facade, allowing more light to penetrate into the interior. The experiential stair culminates in the very spacious event space on the fourth floor, where massive structural trusses are visible and walked under. There are a total of 4 of these trusses, highlighted in red in plan, that interlock with each other in order to support the top landing space of the experiential stair. This space is essentially cantilevering in 2 directions, requiring the additional support and 2 3-foot by 3-foot columns. While never a necessary way of getting from one area to another, the stair is one that you look forward to seeing and using. The journey up the stair can be seen in completion in this section perspective. It literally and figuratively breaks up the monotony of the conventional office building. On the exterior plaza as well, the sloping change in height of what's above overall contributes to a more dynamic and less claustrophobic space, not to mention having more natural light. There are also 2 small glazed spaces that protrude from the underside of the overhang, adding to the interesting condition of the public plaza, which can be seen in this perspective of the south facade, and is also visible in this section axon, which also illustrates an intersection of space in the interior created by the sloping slabs. The 5th and final floor reinforces the programmatic strategy of transparency on each end of the floor, with the open office on one side and the game room on the other. In an office building, many programmatic needs must be addressed to create a suitable working environment. There's a concierge, lounges, bathrooms, meeting rooms, along with other workspaces, or along with all of the workspaces in the building. And there should always be emphasis on adjacencies as well, so that program is placed strategically. Having an experiential stair at the center of a project like this facilitates the connections and adjacencies between important spaces in the building. An additional opportunity that the stair allows for is a possible passive cooling strategy through a solar chimney. The sun heats the glazed space on the south facade, and operable windows allow cool air from below to replace the hot air and push it to the exterior. Another passive strategy implemented is a green roof that reinforces the lifting of vegetation above the plaza and the twisting, snaking formal moves in the project. Grass and low-growing plants only are grown on it, allowing for it to only be around 6 inches in height and easily supported. Mentioned earlier, the facade draws from its surrounding context just as the form does. It modernizes the ionic column used in one of the historical buildings into vertical precast panels and creates a rhythm with the glass. Careful attention is also given to alignments. For example, the mullions in the curtain wall system line up with the precast panels, 2 very different facade systems are able to be better bound together this way. This portion of the facade gives a closer look at the relationship between the precast portion of the facade and the solely curtain wall portion. The curtain wall is able to be supported by attaching itself to the girders, while the precast concrete is supported by attaching itself to the floor plate. This project at its best can be examined as a careful interweaving of the different elements that have been mentioned: the exposed trusses, the experiential stair, the subtle shift in the vertical precast panels, and the curtain wall system that wraps around the facade, all contribute in forming one cohesive experience for all who encounter it. That's all. Thank you.
I really like how you've been really intentional about transitioning the scale and kind of mediating the building from addressing the EDR tower on one side to these sort of low-rise things that feel like they're coming into the site almost. I think that seems really successful. I did have one quick question before we get further into things. On the third level, how do you interact with the stair?
Well, I guess. So you can't access it, but there is like one space that I guess can be seen kind of here, that kind of like the slab cantilevers over, and it's like you're kind of entering the space of the stair a little bit, but so you're interacting with it without like actually using it, I feel like
that was a little bit of a missed opportunity, because I think you could have resolved it just slightly so that the people on this level have access to the stair, because I really, really like this big move and the gesture of the stair going through the building, and also the sort of like integration of interior and exterior, bringing in some plants, because I think it'll be an amazing space and it'll do all the things that you want it to, as far as like bringing people together and inspiring those connections that people wouldn't otherwise have. And I'm sure that this was maybe just an oversight or something, that like you could have gotten that one.
I completely like kind of forgot. I remember seeing that it could work out like in section, and then I just never like pushed that forward. But yeah, you're definitely right. I think that would have made it a lot better.
Yeah, but I think it is a really dynamic element, and there's just the sort of nature of that, what it's doing to the plaza space below, and then the interior space. You're creating a lot of like dynamic and experiential spaces within this that I think are really nice. Yeah, I think that's probably my biggest comment, was that if it could have like more impact on some of those interior spaces, I think I would like to see that. But yeah, it seems like it's definitely a space that I'd want to go to and check out and hang out in for sure.
Yeah, I commend you on this. This is a very well thought out project. There's a lot here to kind of digest. I particularly like kind of those early form models you have on the kind of content board. But then I'm looking at that rendering that you just also bypassed. And I guess in a way, I wish it had a bit more of the form that you had in that form model, where you kind of had the two blocks feel continuous, and then this element kind of bridging the two of them together. The way the actual final rendering kind of came out, you lose that a bit, right? Those first two floors on the kind of taller block bleed into that kind of what, you kind of really early on described this kind of like organic element, right? That kind of wrapped around it. And I think what you've got in the end is successful. Seeing that early form, I'm really kind of interested by the concept of if that had been a separate element that kind of threaded the two together. And with that, I think that stair is an amazing space. And I think Lindsay's right. Like people always say, oh, people don't use stairs anymore. You know, we hear this all the time from clients, like, who cares? No one's going to use them. People will use the stair. And in a way, I wish it was a bit more visible in that rendering there from the kind of streetscape. I feel like it's this really integral element to your project, but then at kind of street level, you're kind of losing it. And maybe it's just where this perspective's taken. But the idea that it's just kind of this like one shape that's kind of a tunnel up, I think you could play maybe with that roof structure to give it a bit more volume and a little bit more breadth. And it may actually even make that stair more inviting. And then also make it more visible as this kind of element that wraps around and comes up. I just think right now, the way I'm looking at this, it's like kind of, you know, a lower block that's been kind of intersected, and then you got this piece at the top. If I knew that those things all kind of went together from that streetscape, it'd be pretty interesting. And I think that's where you were kind of in that early form. So
Yeah,
agree, yeah.
I suppose you could try, just as sort of like a visual analogy, to take the two solid volumes and try to bridge them together in a similar gesture. But that's sort of like just a compositional move rather than a programmatic one.
yeah, I guess at particularly level 2, looking at the floor plans, is there a reason you started that facade treatment at level 3 on the taller block? Because programmatically, it looks like you've got the same program kind of stacked on 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And just talk about the difference and why you're treating those differently.
Yeah, so I think it was just going back to like this early model where it like wraps around, and like it wraps around that second level in the model, and like that's kind of like where I started off, and then kind of thought the move was completed by like grounding it on that Poitras facade, and then so everything above that would have like the precast material, because if it was just on, if I had more time, I think I would definitely try to like work the program with that a little bit more, because I know that on the second, third, fourth, and fifth floors, like the program's the same, but the facade is different. So that's something that would require some more thought. But
yeah, and I want to be clear, I'm kind of challenging on this because I feel like it's a very well thought out project,
yeah.
And there's a lot here that's kind of really elegant. The idea of the truss system at the top, right? And you know, in that initial form model, you kind of had that piece stepped back and you kind of let it cantilever out. I'm almost wondering if that was not another opportunity for some structural kind of language to introduce itself visibly to kind of tie those two together. I think, you know, it could have made it from the kind of street side perspective a little bit more interesting. But I do appreciate that there is different volumes that you're kind of reading there.
I think one other opportunity just for like crafting the move might be to take one of those sort of like highline-esque like little windows and drop a set of stairs down, like sort of facing towards Poitras Street in that pass-through zone, and just as a continuation of like sort of seating furniture. That might be like a little way to bring some of the magic out to that side, just as a little like teaser.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of wondering, so everybody's saying that the simple model that you made initially have a sort of a better resolution in terms of massing and the dichotomy that you set up between the chipboard and the what's the white paper? Yeah, Strathmore or something. And I'm kind of wondering, so when you physically make something, there's a material sort of logic that dictates how things are articulated. And when you kind of transport yourself into the computer, that sort of distinction starts to not exist because, everything is material, there is no gravity, you don't have to think about the corner condition. I think you detail it quite well, but and then you're kind of forget the original intent, which also when you make a model this way, it's actually quite telling how it will, in a very rough sense, it will be developed and detailed in the physical, because it's both a physical condition. So how do you navigate those two is understandingly and be aware of the two conditions is probably something you want to pay attention to as you move forward. And I think one of the kind of telling sign is if you go to one of the elevations, let's look at the elevation from the rampart elevation, right? Yeah.
Sorry.
Rampart, yeah.
Freezing for a second.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's frozen. It's not moving.
I'm sorry. I mean, I guess I can share my.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay. So, for instance, this and this is so matched in flush. You're paying attention to, but when we probably try to detail this, this is probably going to be a little bit higher, and maybe it's used to start to show it in the behind, and this part may be a little bit lower, and it doesn't quite get there to the edge, so you start to see the kind of a layered reading of the volume, for instance, right? I think that kind of understanding might help you further articulate the elevational condition, right? In the computer, you can actually make these things, draw it as if this is flush and in 2D and 3D. But in the real world, it will be very difficult to do that. So you actually let it read the two things separately, for instance. Those are, and then, for instance, this line, this line, the glass, I mean, sure, you can cut it diagonally like that, but probably, you probably want to, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but these things wants to be panelized this way, and then there's a separate line condition here that if you want that diagonal line, you have to, you have to think something other than just making the window mullions, in a parallelogram, so to speak. So, and thinking about those things through makes it a slight push and pull of the facade, and then produces the shade that starts to articulate your building a little bit more convincingly than what you have here as an elevation. And all I am to say is that it might be worthwhile looking at those things when you actually making physical models, and how those logic could be further articulated virtually, because we can't do it without computers now. But thinking about the material reality a little bit more, paying attention to those things will give you probably much more sort of a robust credential when you actually design. And I'm saying this because everything else is great. It's a pretty nitpicky thing that I'm saying, but nonetheless, an important thing that translates between what you all do as a representational projective in the kind of a virtual world, and architects' responsibility ultimately is in the physical world, and how you think about that conceptually. But very nice.
I appreciate those comments a lot.
Yes, I guess kind of piggybacking off that and kind of transitioning the conversation a bit, because we've spent a lot of time talking about other plazas on these reviews, and we haven't spoken to that here, but you use a very organic language to the plaza, right? Which I think is actually a very relieving moment in downtown New Orleans, right? Everything is very rigid, everything's very hard. So this kind of organic space where you've got planters that aren't, regimented in rectangular boxes, I think is actually a really nice, and I think would be a very attractive space. I do think that maybe some of the edge would maybe you'd want to soften that a little bit along that kind of plaza, because I feel like you've got a very organic kind of middle and the blocks feel very strong, but maybe that's also the glass kind of helps alleviate that. And I guess that goes back to what kind of Kentaro was talking about with that element, right? You've got this kind of rigid structure of the window mullions. It's like, I almost want to see maybe not this detail of organic taken up into that element that kind of wraps around. And so breaking it down to where it's maybe okay that all the mullions don't run in a parallel line straight up the facade, right? Or maybe it's, changing the shape of it a bit. Maybe that roof isn't just literally tracing along, would help kind of bring what's really special about that kind of plaza level and marry it to what's that really special kind of element that is transitional space through the building. I think could go a long way. And I think you're close. I think it's, the concept is, you're like right on the brink of that, I think. And I think, materially, it's a nice break to have the glass versus the kind of precast panels, but the beauty about glass is it's a system of a lot of kits and parts, and we can break it up in lots of ways. And I think you could be a little bit more, less rigid about kind of how that happened. And I think it would have spoken to kind of what's, again, this I'm just imagining walking downtown and you step into this plaza and I see a non-orthogonal planter that kind of guides me softly through the space, is not something you're seeing regularly. And I think would really kind of capture people.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think, I think the scheme's very nicely, the big gesture is really nicely rendered and resolved. And I think that's why we're all jumping into like how do we craft like pieces of it. I think to talk about the plaza, what I see first off, other than the direct Bell Butler reference, is like a Roberto Burle Marx style of landscape design, sort of the tropical modernism. And I think two like instincts I would have with this are to try to get some of the benches to sort of like follow that, like maybe like part of an edge of those sort of freeform planners. And the other, Burle Marx and Niemeyer did some really nice things where they blurred the inside and the outside, where they would carry some of these sort of like organic planter shapes, like say into the interior, and sort of like have some of the garden transition.
Yeah.
So I think you could do that. I loved the idea of bringing these shapes up into the seating area as maybe little elements that interrupt that flow in the same language. I see you have it in the sort of the landings to an extent. The one thing I was kind of questioning floor plan wise, sort of jumping into the sort of secondary portion in the offices is that I think the plans got a little pinched. And so one of the things you're ending up with is like a lot of hallway space that is like a little too narrow to take on like a secondary program use. And so I was wondering if there were ways to sort of massage this to try to like join together spaces and also like to orient everything towards that sort of strong move. So like this moment where you have a conference room is something that I think is like more able to be like potentially opened up visually, at least if you were to flip that and like aim it towards that open side and then like pull the service space into like a corridor. But yeah, I think like there's some work to be done if you were to continue developing this in this sort of pinched condition to try to like maybe group solid things together and somehow gather together some of the open spaces or but yeah, just when you see hallways start to develop, I think that's a good thing to like kind of question. You're basically giving away square footage to circulation, not also pulling some other function, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
Dan,
makes sense.
but playing off that, I think you would have done better, Frank, if you had actually combined those two corridors on the upper floors into one larger space. 'Cause then you get more flexible use of it, right? These are both kind of standard corridor width, but I think if you doubled that and you kind of pulled the program to the exterior wall or in, I guess, depending on kind of what works better, then you kind of get the ability to have breakout spaces that kind of, instead of having to carve back like that, like Dan just kind of circled, you can instead kind of let them organically fit in to that kind of corridor. The kind of donut you've got going on right now seems a bit redundant at the kind of plan level on the upper floors.
Yeah, and then you would just really be like reinforcing your concept with that really celebrated circulation stair. Like even if they're not directly open to it, it still kind of governs the order of all the other interior parts of the building. Because I think even just with the green roof, it'll be pleasant to look out over it as well. And I think being able to occupy the space on top of that stair also would have been great. I think that's, you know, if it was a roof that you could go out onto, but you know, unlimited budgets and all. Just because it is such a celebrated moment. It seems like it does a lot for you too, to just really kind of like drive it home and organize the rest of the interior space to address it in a similar way. And also I think on the ground level, kind of further reinforcing it, like in the plaza, thinking, and it was something that we wanted to do at Framework, but budgets kind of got in the way, doing a lot of like operable storefront that opens onto that space as well. So you really start to really truly address it. You know, there's definitely some buildings downtown that have that, but it's one of those things that's expensive, but whenever you can, getting that sort of like indoor outdoor connection and really push it and literally opening up your facade to those outdoor spaces. Cause I think you've done a great job with kind of designing this exterior space that functions both just as space to spend a lot of time and people watch, and also like you showed in one of the original site diagrams, is also going to be like a shortcut for people just transiting through this area of downtown.
Yeah, I guess the more I think about that upper floor corridor, Frank, it's almost like your overall project concept of this piece connecting could have almost been brought up into a smaller scale in your upper, like commercial office floors, right? Because you kind of talk to, you're kind of anchoring, you know, you've got your game room and your kind of open workspace at either end. And it's like, if you had this more kind of organic path down the middle, you're almost taking that from like an overall project move down to on every floor and kind of transitioning that through. And I think, you know, it doesn't need to be quite that organic, but just breaking it down a bit, I think could have been a next level of development that would have been really interesting. And again, you know, you guys didn't have what you have all accomplished in what, 3.5 months is very impressive. So
yeah.
One just nitpicky thing. Can you go to the ground floor? And yeah, so I don't think the soft material could butt up here like this. Normally, if you see something, there's going to be a transition, some kind of sill condition along the wall, right? Because it and those things could widen up or be part of articulated, become part of the landing, or it's going to start to form a relationship between this kind of move. So you want to pay attention to that. Same thing with the inside too, right? And normally you start to see some kind of transition between the flooring materials. Maybe this is a counter here, but and the window systems and so on and so forth. And those things, your plan is so well drawn that it starts to call for that kind of fine sort of line work in plans. And if you start thinking about that way in plan, you'll be starting thinking about that in section. So just, again, very nitpicky, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
One other nitpicky thing, I think I mentioned it earlier, but those bathrooms don't make any sense to me on a project. But yeah, I think that would be better served scattered about into the space. But I don't think you want to have those sort of like uncontrolled access and then also kind of like separated out from all those other program areas.
Yeah, I will say that. Oh, sorry, Lindsay, were you about to go?
Oh, no, I was just looking back at the little early party model that we all like, and curious when in the process did you do that? Was that truly early on, or was it kind of like later as you're resolving some things?
That was literally like the first thing like that I did. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think and this is maybe more just general advice for when you get out of school and into the workplace, what we always have to do, and I think this kind of happened to you, is you were working through all the real technicality of everything, and you start to get a little bit away from that early party concept, is just go back to it a little bit and be all right, what was it about this that made me land on this, to make sure you keep pushing it in. And that's really nitpicky, because I think you've done a great job, and this is an incredibly well-resolved building you're presenting us. But yeah, just in general, because we have to do that all the time. You go back to your early concept sketches and say, okay, how do we actually make our structural system work with what we were trying to achieve? Now that we've brought the engineers on and they've kind of told us we can't do what we wanted to, how do we kind of at least get back to that?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that talks to the strength of the initial concept, that we're talking about it in ways that you can use it in other aspects of the building. I will say, I think, we touched on some of the earlier Plaza discussions about the idea of some people kept the retail removed from the sidewalk. Some people had it directly at the sidewalk. I think it's successful that you've got some that faces right at the sidewalk edge, kind of anchoring one corner, right? But they still have to enter into the plaza to get into that space. And then the idea that you moved the office entrance kind of near what would be their parking, and then also away from the public face, I think it's actually a really great move, because most people coming into this building off the sidewalk aren't going to be going to talk to someone on the 4th floor, right? They're going to be going to one of the retail spaces. That's going to be most of your kind of changeover traffic. So kind of sliding that back and putting it there, I think was a pretty well-designed move. So just kind of taking a step back from some of the granular things we've gotten into from a programmatic standpoint, I think that was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the plaza and those sort of windows to the stair addressing that main entry that everybody's using every day, I think is also a good instinct.
Thank you.
It really is the best of both worlds. The tenants get full on street frontage, and then you've created this kind of like dynamic interior street as well to kind of force the public to have to enter and interact with it, which I think is really successful.
One other slightly nitpicky thing, I'm assuming on the first floor, that's your loading dock or kind of loading area, that pull off. That's gonna need to be connected. And I mean, I know this is kind of programmatically filling the space, but the idea that, you know, you would load and then move things either through one of the tenant spaces or down the sidewalk and back in. Those are the kind of things that when you get into kind of day-to-day non-school, that it's one of the biggest struggles, right? Figuring out how the back end of the building works. And so like, that's a bit of a tag on here that I think in reality would need much more resolution, so.
Definitely. Yeah.
Great. Well, thanks, Frank.
Thank you.
Really
Thanks for
nice
the
job.
comments.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. That was really great feedback, and we appreciate all the insight. Yeah, it was great to hear your thoughts through the process and what they've been able to do. And like you said, the 3 months or 3.5 months they've been working on this is pretty incredible. The development that they were able to kind of like push this project through without knowing anything about structure, mechanical systems, or anything like that, and be able to get this far was surprising to me, I'd say. And yeah, it's really impressive.
Yeah, thank you. Because I thank you for inviting. I've really enjoyed it and seeing everyone's work. Yeah, I am super impressed with the amount of like resolution and like real building stuff that y'all have thought through. And frankly, what is a pretty short amount of time for a building of this scale. So yeah, kudos, good job.
Yeah, totally agree. Great work.
Yeah, I think each year it gets better, and you know, you get equipped with you know, the representational techniques from the previous years, as well as you know, instructors being very how can I say, systemic about implementing all these things. But you know, I'm very, very impressed. And Matt, thanks for leading the task. I know it was a lot for you, handling both your practice and teaching. And I really appreciate for that. And for those of you in practice, guest critics today here, we're looking for the more instructors for the upcoming year in the spring for this part of the studio teaching. So if you're interested, please let me know. And congratulations to the students. Very nice job. I'm going to move on to this afternoon to revenge section, but very good. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, very interesting work and a lot of great different approaches. So.
All right, thanks everyone. Guys, will you stay on just for a minute so we can kind of talk about what the next steps are for Wednesday, I guess? But thanks again, Lindsay, Mark, Dan, Kintara, I really appreciate it.
Nice meeting you all. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Nice work, everyone. So far, I mean, all the work I'm seeing on concept board, I'm really impressed by. Y'all are killing it, and I'm looking forward to kind of hearing the feedback in the final 3. So I know everybody's gonna be shot by the end of it, so I figured we would just kind of talk about after studio really quickly now, so you don't have to worry about doing it after we're done with the afternoon session. We just need to upload the folios by Wednesday. I think, I'm pretty sure that was the deadline that they gave us. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm creating folders in Box during the break right now, so that everybody can upload everything. But you need the final review like as a continuous PDF, the individual slides for it. DD review is a continuous PDF, and then individual slides, and then any process stuff that you want. So I'll have folders in Box and put a link to it. But if you have any problems uploading anything or adding information to it between now and Wednesday, let me know, and I'll work with you to get it resolved. What's up?
Do we have to update life safety, like all the egress diagrams and everything?
Yeah, I'm assuming you're going to put on the one that you already submitted.
Okay. Okay. So
But
the ones like
if
that,
there's,
obviously,
yeah, I mean, like if there were like major things that we talked about changing, then I'd like to see it change. But like,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
thank you.
Okay. All right. Grab some lunch, get some water, take a break until 2, and then we'll be back on. Anjali, I saw your Slack message. You're having problems with exporting right now?
I am. It finally printed, but I made the InDesign file on my laptop and the quality is different. I don't know how it changed from when it printed or when like I shifted it over. So I'm thinking like it works just fine in my presentation mode in InDesign. Can I like present from there?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
I hope
totally
it
fine.
works. I mean, in case it doesn't, I have the other file. Some of the images are just like really blurry though. But
Okay.
I don't know what the what another option is though. So
No, presentation mode from InDesign is fine. It definitely is helpful for everybody to see as much as possible on concept board, like just judging from the way the first kind of 4 reviews went, like having floor at a minimum, like your floor plans and sections up on concept board so that they can kind of look at it while you're talking has been really helpful. So
yeah, I was gonna do that, but then I got so distracted with this. So I'm working on filling the board up. It should be done. And we're meeting back at 2 for review.
At 2, yeah.
Okay.
And Ashley, worst case scenario, if Anjali is having trouble with her files, would you be able to go first? She's sleeping. All right, I'll send her a Slack message to follow up and see.
Okay.
All right, thanks guys. I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, Anjali, were you able to get everything resolved?
Yeah, I think I'm still gonna have to do the InDesign presentation mode.
Okay.
But I uploaded most of my my drawings to the concept board
The renderings look really nice.
too. But yeah, if it doesn't work, hopefully Ashley can jump in, but I think it should be fine. It's just share screen.
Okay.
So
Do you want to test it out real quick with me?
sure, yeah.
Okay. Click through some of the slides. Yeah, it looks fine. Go to do me a favor though, real quick. Go to presentation mode, and then you're on mute. I don't know if you realize that or not.
Yeah, I just noticed.
Okay. You go.
Okay.
Just click to like one of your plans, just so I can make sure that it's legible.
That's way down, but I'll see what I can do. This
Okay.
is one of the images I have.
It's all right. It looks like it's, yeah, it looks fine, Anjali.
Okay.
Hey, Seamus and Marcella.
What's up, guys?
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Matt, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate you joining us.
Hi.
Marcella, I don't think you've met Seamus before. I don't know if you met him when we were doing data field. He's my business partner at Cicada.
Okay, no, I don't think we met. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
How you doing, Marcella? Nice to meet you as well.
Hi.
All right.
Hi. Great. So we
How's
are.
New York?
It's good. It's good. Finally, I mean, it's still cold. I can't believe it. You know, that's the big problem of being here.
Yeah.
It's still cold, and it was yes. I think this week is gonna be probably spring. Finally.
Oh, good.
Yes. But yeah, we are in the middle of reviews as well. I just finished one right now, like half an hour ago. So
well, thank you for jumping on this one with us.
of course. So you guys are in the second part now.
Yeah, that's correct. So we did 4 this morning. Hey, Kevin, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Yeah, I was just telling Marcella. So we did 4. 4 of the students went this morning, and they're in order on concept board. So the first 4 on there already went, and then the last 3. So Anjali, Ashley, and Chelsea are the final 3 today.
Okay. Perfect. Great.
All right. So let me see. Let me wait for all the students to trickle in real quick before I introduce y'all. And I'll post the link to the concept board just in case you need it in the chat.
Oh.
Oh, I think we got everybody. All right, let me pull up the PDF real quick. So I just wanted to introduce the students to our reviewers quickly. So this is Marcella, Seamus, and Kevin. Seamus is my business partner at Cicada. He also sits on the board of HDLC and the CBD. So he's very familiar with these kind of sites and having to review it on the city side. Kevin is the principal at Ranch Mine, which is a really impressive firm in Arizona. Him and I both went to Northeastern together back in the day. And went through Comprehensive Studio together, so kind of know your pain. And Marcella previously taught at Tulane and now teaches at NYIT. And her and I worked together on some small projects in the past. And she was one of the best professors at Tulane that we've ever had. So we're fortunate to have her on the review. I wanted to give you all just a quick introduction to the site and to the program before we get started. Let me pull it up. Okay. So quickly, the project brief that we've asked the students to develop is the comprehensive studio. So this is really the first time that they're kind of thinking about life safety, mechanical, structural systems, basically everything that kind of makes a building actually function. And for the program, we've asked them to design about 30,000 square feet of office over ground floor retail. And with the public plaza being part of the kind of programming at the ground level. One of the things in New Orleans that just want to make sure you're familiar with, particularly Cabin, is that we have like a base flood elevation issue here where they have to design for flooding. So all the like kind of occupied conditioned spaces need to be at 3 feet above the sidewalk. It was the requirement that we set for them. So one of the challenges that they have to do is kind of navigate how to deal with a public space that has to be raised and kind of get you access into the building and into the retail and still make it kind of accessible from the street. To locate you in the overall city, the site is kind of southeast of the Superdome on Poydras Street, which is in the Central Business District. Zooming in, it's kind of flanked by 2 larger buildings and a parking lot to the south. So Rampart is the street to the west. To the east is O'Keefe, then Poydras is to the north. Just to give you a sense of kind of the scale of the neighborhood, we have the 3D view in here, and Anjali's going to give you more of a breakdown of the context, but I figured it was good to just ground you in the overall location before we get started. So with that, I'm going to let Anjali take over.
Let's see.
All right, thanks, Anjali.
Everyone see that? Okay. From the beginning. Hi, my name is Anjali Anand, and this is my design proposal for the Poydras offices. So for the presentation, I've decided to split this into 5 different categories: the context of the site, the strategy for the massing, and other diagrams. A proposal, which is all of the plans and elevations and sections, and then details and experience. Starting with the site on a larger scale, I've highlighted the footprint and included photos of historic buildings that exist on the site. The site strategy that most strongly influenced my partie was the existing hierarchy between Poydras and South Rampart and O'Keefe, because Poydras is the most highly trafficked by both pedestrians and vehicles. And I use the intersection of Poydras and South Rampart as the main public entrance of my building through the plaza that I created, which I'll show later. One of the most important aspects of the site was site analysis and the history of the past of the site. I used the Poydras Market as a driving influence for my plaza space, as it included open air retail, which is one of the programs included in the brief. In this diagram, it shows a timeline of the program of the site with shifting property lines over time. While these lines didn't directly affect the dimensions of my design, the shift in scale over time did. When developing the massing for the site, I started with a simple L shape up to the property line. Shown here is the zoning envelope for the site. Prior to the design phase, my main focus was the history of the site. So instead of overpowering the historic buildings, I decided to create a tier system that reached their level and kind of pixelated as it went down. creating a variety of sectional views. I then broke down the massing even further, aiming for access at the ground level, creating this plaza. And then to bring the tiered effect into the building mass itself, I carved spaces into the mass, creating these double height space volumes. And this emphasized the effect of stepping down, as well as improving the sectional quality within the interior of the building. The final move was to use the lowest tier as this public plaza with street accessible shaded space with tiered gardens accessible from the office space. The structure of the building is shown and celebrated through the tiers and exposed frame of the building. And the double height volumes break down this rigid grid. This diagram shows the environmental aspects. All of the terraces have a green aspect. They're all have vegetation and gardens, as well as the roof space. The program within each floor has a combination of open office space, closed office spaces, breakout rooms, conference rooms, and flexible lounge spaces, but it varies throughout each floor plate. The first circulation system I investigated was the approach to the building. With the public accessing retail spaces from mostly the public plaza and Poydras, I decided to place an office entrance on O'Keefe to play into its less stimulated nature. And then this project meets the BFE and remains accessible through a combination of ramps and stairs. The main ramps lie adjacent to Poydras, and a secondary ramp sits under the tiers to the office entrance on the South Rampart side. And yeah, so here I show the stairs that lead up the platforms to the office space. And then the interior stair cores, the elevator shaft. So then I show here the main paths of circulation on each floor of the building. And there, throughout each plan, there's a kind of spine-like form of circulation with two main spaces, one that's more lounge-like and one that's more for collaboration and office spaces. And then the structure shown here. The structure is the most celebrated aspect of the building, and it runs on a 22-foot grid. It remains exposed on the exterior of the building, and the only place where the structure breaks the grid is on these channel glass boxes, which I'll show later. And then the mechanical system runs under the floor plate with supply and return running along the perimeter of the building. There is a mechanical core that runs along the elevator shaft or next to. And then this was my preliminary research. I used the precedents of the oddity offices and So Fujimoto's home. And I drew inspiration from the rigidity of the oddity offices and took inspiration from this house to break the grid and more of inspiration for the platforms. And I also show here some earlier sketches that I did to show the sectional quality. At the ground floor, many of the retail spaces are accessible from the plaza as well as the street's edge. The larger spaces at the front of the building are those retail, There's a bit of a lag there. The front of the larger spaces at the front of the building are those retail spaces, while the rooms towards the back are the mechanical rooms and back of house spaces and bathrooms. And then while the first floor of the office has a linear quality, it's broken down into pockets of collective flexible spaces with also cell offices and conference rooms. This floor is the main floor with accessibility to the tiered courtyards, and the main double height event space also sits on this floor. The second floor is a similar layout. However, it opens up to a rooftop that mimics the ground floor plaza with its exposed columns. And throughout the entire design process, I decided to have the more public spaces, the lounge spaces towards the Poydras side, and more office spaces and collaborative spaces towards the back side. And then this is the fourth floor, or I'm sorry, there's a lag. Yeah, this is the fourth floor, and it's very similar to the third floor with open office spaces and special spaces where the channel glass box sits. Shown here is a section that cuts through the building from the O'Keefe side. And then this shows the sectional quality of the terraces as well as the double height spaces. This is the Poydras section. This is the building shown in elevation from the O'Keefe side. And South Rampart side. So this is a zoomed in view of the section plan and elevation of the specific detail of the joining of the platforms and the building itself. And then a wall axonometric showing the connection between the facade and the floor plates. What's interesting about this is that the structure that's exposed isn't, it's become lighter through an additional connection, which I show in this diagram. And then this diagram shows the connection of the channel glass box to the rest of the grid. And you can see that the columns and the beams kind of connect as if they're sliding through that glass. And then an exploded view of these perforated steel panels of the facade. I chose to split each bay into 4 sections and then subdivide it, and chose where those perforated steel facade sheets were based on the program inside. And this is the exterior view from Poydras in South Rampart. An interior space. This is the 3rd floor open office space. And then a view of the terrace, below the terrace space. I chose to include these skylights to bring the eye up and connect what's going on above to what's going on below. and also to create these light wells, because without it, it would be completely dark, and it improves the experience of anyone walking through. View of the lounge space on the second floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Anjali. So we're going to take, the students have been asked to present for about 10 minutes and then 30-ish minutes for discussion afterwards. So feel free to jump in.
I guess I can get started. Anjali and everybody else, my name's Seamus McGuire. Like Matt said, I'm one of his business partners at Cicada. Thanks for taking the time and all of your hard work on this. I think it, you know, all of us kind of being in your shoes at one time, I have a lot of appreciation for that. So there's a lot to kind of tidy up in such a short period of time. This is my first Zoom review, so in a lot of ways, I actually like it better. I think it helps me kind of focus on a lot of your cadence through the presentation and kind of to better understand your concept. So I think well done as far as your narrative, your cadence, and then your positioning through slides. I think that takes a lot of practice, and I think that kind of really showed. A couple of things I do have questions on specific to the building site and kind of approach to the site itself with your massing and kind of the idea of why to kind of express these grids outside of, or the building structure outside of some of the precedents that you kind of really enjoyed. I think first and foremost, I'd like to hear a little bit more on, I guess, what were, clearly you're wrapping two very historic buildings, right, on Rampart. And I'd like to kind of understand a little bit more as you're defragging, was there any consideration taken with the relationship to those existing buildings? Just because I don't think we got a lot into that, and it feels maybe a little bit arbitrary. I mean, clearly we're kind of cascading down into these tiered gardens, but I'd like to hear a little bit more on that. And then also the grid system for me. I mean, you know, anytime we're doing presentations, especially in the city and a historic one, contextual like forms and whatnot, especially massing, you know, really kind of come into play, especially when the public kind of reaches out. So I'd like to understand a little bit more why, you know, why are we exposing grids outside of just maybe that it was cool and it was well done potentially in another location. And then lastly, I think one thing that could have better kind of sold your argument, especially a lot of these tiered gardens, is solar studies. You kind of alluded to the fact that you kind of needed to create these light wells, but didn't really show any supporting evidence that it could work or would be a nice place to be in. That's kind of my long-winded pitch, but I think I wanted to know a little bit more about, you know, why some of these formal moves were done, and then some of the technicalities behind the grid, and then the outdoor canopies. So.
Okay, so I think in relation to the buildings, the historic buildings, I was kind of trying to, with the platforms, kind of break down the scale of the building, because I didn't want this giant mass to like wrap around the site and kind of just block them out. So by like kind of pixelating that, it kind of brings the scale down a bit rather than having one large mass. So that was my main inspiration for that. And also just height wise, like I liked the idea that the building was stepping down to the height of those buildings. You mentioned the grid. The grid, I think, was also an extension of those historic lines, like the repetition of the buildings that existed before, and kind of bringing that into the design. And I also, like throughout my process, I figured that the grid was a little bit too, I don't know, too large for the context. So by creating the panels, I kind of brought it down to a smaller scale, like a city scale. I'm trying to remember everything else you said. It was a long, there's a lot of stuff. What else?
I think the last thing was really just kind of articulating a little bit further on the gardens themselves and the tiered nature of the gardens and like the openness of it. Clearly, like identifying sun studies and things of that nature, really experimenting. Okay, this is working, this is not. This is kind of the reasoning why these things kind of take shape.
Yeah. So for the gardens and the light wells and everything, I kind of, I mean, I didn't do environmental light studies, but as I was going through the project and taking these perspectives and everything and playing with the light on the site, I did notice that below the platforms was a very, it was a very dark space and not like the main experience was above. So, I mean, I don't know, if I'm being honest, it was a little bit post-rationalized and I wish I had done those studies earlier on. But I definitely would, if I had more time with the project, take more time to pick and choose where those light wells are and go through that process a little bit more in depth.
Thanks.
I have a few comments maybe, or Marcella can go if she'd like.
It's okay, go.
Okay.
Maybe mute.
Sure. So thank you, Anjali. Good presentation. I agree with Seamus. There'd be a few things I might flip the order of a little bit. It was a little confusing in certain parts where I might shift some of the more Y parts towards the front. And maybe just sort of a sneak peek of what it's going to look like. I get the idea of the slow build to the finale, but sometimes it's nice to kind of see like what we're going to, and then kind of, you know, like in a movie where they start with like the end and they go back 10 years or whatever. Sometimes it's nice to kind of go, okay, where are we going with some of these structural details and stuff. So I might shift a few of those things around, but it's sort of more of a presentation thing. Can you go to the mechanical layout sheet for a minute?
Yes.
Just
might take a while because of this lag, but
no
I'll try
worries.
my best.
And I don't know how in depth the studio or that stuff goes on, Matt, so you can let me know on that kind of stuff. One thought.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say everything's fair game, but the mechanical, this is kind of everybody's first experience tackling mechanical systems, so there's some holes for sure.
Sure. Overall, I think it's a decent concept. Two things always with mechanical is, one is, where is all the exterior equipment going? It is always a huge element of those just to think about. And then two, I'm assuming similar to us, you're primarily cooling climate. So if possible, you do have it in some areas where it kind of, you know, I would release more, you know, more in these areas of where you're cooling and stuff. It's sort of heavily distributed on these sort of east and west areas. So just a little bit more arrangement in terms of where the cool air is coming into the building and then where you're drawing it back towards the center. It's just a few little minor details there. But overall, I think the trunk system works pretty well. I think graphically, potentially what would be interesting, you know, obviously, I don't know the requirements, but the return diagram as well as the distribution diagram would be kind of interesting to see in a plate diagram, because I saw in the section, it looks like it's kind of coming in from the floor and going out in the ceiling, but just sort of maybe overlaying those would be kind of interesting. Let's see, what else do I have? Can you go to a 3D rendering of the exterior of the like courtyard, kind of like a nice rendering of that? Maybe like slide 20 or something like that. That's good. So sectionally, I thought it was an interesting program, and I liked the diagrams on how you sort of stepped up and did that. I thought that was a really strong part of the project. Some of these areas of the heights to me in here were a little weird of what's going to happen beneath them. Is sort of a question that I thought about was, this area seems like it's super difficult to access for whatever reasons may come. And this one seemed like it was like just a little short, maybe based on the people in the picture. So just some of those heights and stuff, I'd be sort of interested to see. Similar to Seamus, the solar diagram would have been helpful just because I'm assuming in the times I've been in New Orleans, I wanted shade and coverage from the sun and rain. And these areas seem full sun, full rain for the outdoor living patio spaces. So that would be, I know that there's some sort of under this area, but I think some of these would be nicer if maybe there's some reprieve somewhere on there as you step up. But I do like the terracing idea as you step up. Similar to Seamus, the other thought of the historic thing was, my only other thought was, if you explored maybe bringing the platforms out here and creating more of a dialogue between the two, the old and the new, as opposed to using this as sort of the backdrop or sort of the backup house for your project. And if maybe there's more of a connection between the two, I think it could have been very interesting as a move. So that was one thing. Let's see. The steel panels on the skin, I like how they're sort of placed. The elevations look nice. Are they operable or fixed or?
They're fixed.
Fixed, okay. Yeah, I like those. I think maybe again, a solar study would have been interesting on the orientation of them and how they're sort of working, sort of the rhyme and reason, other than sort of this sort of more aesthetic. I think there could have been some really interesting patterns or stuff that you could have put on there based on the sun and the orientation. And then always thinking about, we do a lot of slatted skins in front of windows and stuff here, of how to remove them to clean and operate the windows and stuff is always it's obviously a maintenance thing, but something to think about when doing these big screens and stuff. And yeah, I think overall, I thought it was a nice presentation, and I think the double height spaces I thought were really nice. Those spaces sectionally, I thought your section diagram was probably one of the most successful diagrams. So kudos on that. But yeah, that's all I have.
So thanks, Angeli, for your presentation. I'm going to expand on some of the comments since some things have been said already. So I enjoy your presentation, and I think appreciate the clarity somehow in terms of the beginning of the generative process, starting from the massing and how this translated clearly into the plan. I think there is a clarity between the sequence of the program, the initial concept, and the way in which the plans are developed, that I think it puts the project into a, to me, it's very clear what you're trying to do and how you begin to actually connect, I think, some of the parts. And I'm going to explain this in details. So first part, I think what's interesting here, because I think the program in itself, it gives you, I think this is for the whole group, some nuances, but not so many really to play with, right? So you have to, so you're working with offices, you're working with retail in an existing urban context. You don't really have a range of nuances that allow you in the project to work with programs that are different in sizes and in scales. So I was not here this morning, but I guess one important thing is how you begin to interpret the program and work with the program that you have to come out with a strong concept. That, to me, one thing that for you start to stand out in the way in which the project is developed is really the public and private sequence, and how you begin to blur the boundaries between the public ground and the actual way in which you move through the building in different ways. So to me, that's the one aspect that it's kind of the thread that start from your massing, but then it starts to also operate at different level within the systems and within the structure and within even, I think, the materials. So I think it's interesting again, and appreciate the fact that you want to bring the public up to the third level, and right, goes to the third level, correct? Yes, and second.
Yes, the second level. I'm
Second,
sorry.
right,
Yeah.
yes, second level. But this really starts from activating the ground, the public ground. And I think right now there is a, perhaps, let me see if I can, yes, I can annotate. So right now, this is, to me, this is the entire public ground, and where the tier terraces start from one side. So I would, since your strategy is really this idea of cascading down, I'm wondering how perhaps, you know, some of these parts start to be, maybe this can even be extended a little bit more, and actually this part even further activated, and increase the legibility, how you move from this plane to here all the way up, even through, you know, maybe not really materials. I know this is outdoor, but really the legibility of the public sequence, let's say, from the ground all the way to the second floor. But I thought this is one, you know, interesting aspect, I think, that you start to bring in the project in terms of interpreting the program. The second one is the, let's say, identifying a system, which is the grid system. And then the grid, which is pretty consistent, so the structure doesn't change, it's 22 by 22, so you have a 66, right, width for the whole project. And it's really developed, again, with the same, perhaps all the projects are like that, I don't know, but I think this is pretty consistent in the way in which the structure identifies the envelope, define, you know, the envelope, but also identifies coherently, I think, the space in between, which are the outdoor spaces. And I think in thinking about activation of the public scale of your project, I think the grid makes a lot of sense. And again, there are lots of projects of this scale, completely urban project in urban settings that really use the grid as a kind of device to be activated on temporal basis that might even be, you know, thought about some other type of temporary condition in which some of these spaces can even be divided. So I think, to me, it makes a lot of sense the way in which the grid now operates within the plan, and how the grids becomes a device, let's say, to define outdoor space or public space as well in general through your project. And then I think the third aspect is the fact that you start to plug in these insertions. And this is now I have a question for you. So the way in which the materials are coded in relation to the concept. Because if I understand correctly, you're working with three types of materials. You have channel glass, you have translucent glass at the ground level, and then you have the steel mesh, correct?
Yeah.
So the ground floor is actually much more, is translucent glass. And so that's why I think maybe this image or the renderings in general don't give justice, I think, to this idea of legibility of the ground to be much more permeable, much more open. Because I think that the way in which the project could have potentially be coded also in relation to the materials, to me, there is almost, you know, there is the public level here, even though this is retail, it's enclosed, but it still provide this level of permeability, even though it's not physical, perhaps it's visual. And then you move up to the second floor, right, where you have the less public, let's say, or partial or semi-private. So I'm wondering here how this could have been even more, not completely open, but start to register this idea of public level in the project, because this is a complete full glass, right, at this level. So it really creates an edge. And let me clean this. And so I think that's the level of, you know, the way in which the materials perhaps, I mean, I almost see this, the ground to be much more open than what it is. And then on the second and third level, sitting on something heavy, sitting on something light. And this is where I think some of the ambiguity about the surfaces, where it is, where they are, perhaps start to, you know, read as to, not two systems, as a one system, but really opening up the ground much more. Yes, so I think there is a kind of efficiency, let's say, throughout that of defining the system, defining the module, the grid becomes specialized and becomes spatial. but also the insertion of these two. So I think one thing that you could do maybe for the future of your portfolio, I think would be great to have an interior night rendering where actually you start to see this facade in a complete different way, because I guess these are your two pieces of, the special program. This is the inserted program. And imagine this being, glowing up at night and then having everything else kind of muted, a little bit more supporting that. So I think this is when you start to see really how the materials operate in your project and how work with the concept.
Absolutely. I think that it would create a very nice visual.
Yes, so I would do that as a post-production.
Thank you for that feedback. Very helpful.
Anjali, I think one other thing, if we're doing some post-production, I think one thing that would really help your formal moves and what you're trying to achieve here is if you actually included the EDR Poitras building that's just adjacent to this. It's very modern, it's very vertical, has a lot of very similar aesthetics that would complement what you're trying to do here. And I feel like contextually, this would feel a lot more, have more of a place. I think it's easy to kind of always make things white, and that way your project pops. But a lot of times, especially in this scenario, I think that surrounding contextual environment matters, So, and I think it would have enhanced what you're trying to do here. So that's another kind of comment that I would recommend kind of in the future.
Of course, yeah, I would definitely do that.
Can we see the site plan with the floor plan, like the ground floor? Just to see how, I think Marcella made a good comment about the flow through. I didn't really get it that much in the, I don't remember the site plan too much. Can you walk through maybe some of the programming on the ground floor?
I didn't put much entourage in, but the 4 volumes towards the front are all retail spaces, and then this space right here is the office entrance, accessible from both O'Keefe and the Plaza, kind of just like cutting through, so it's not as dense. And then there's one other retail space back here. And then the rest is back of house, like mechanical rooms and loading docks.
I think this is quite important. So I think even in the future renderings, let's say, this is really even though, this needs to be compacted as they are, and this as well, because of the, the program, and of course, retail is mostly at ground level. But I think this is your, the public spine somehow. So there is one public condition, which is the corner, but then there is a way to go through the site, basically, without engaging through all of this as well. So there is a kind of a fast way to enter, and then a slow way to go all the way up to the second floor, to the public scale. So yeah, I'm wondering, how this, even in terms of the materials, could be coded to begin to reveal that basically this is really your this is where the insertion is as well, right? And then when you go up, I think your second floor, if you could go there, I think that works also. I think what's interesting, it's the you go from here directly into. So let's go to the second one.
Is it?
Yeah, now, yeah, here. So this is really a threshold condition, and that goes into some of the more open offices to the, to here and to here as well. So this is really the flow, and again, it's the way in which the project is sort of split in half. not literally, but in terms of organization.
Yeah, I agree with that. Can you go back to the site plan for a second? The last one. Just a thought of if you were to take this area here and mirror it over your grid to put the retail. I'm not sure. I guess I'm just not sure if this is elevated above street level. If you do you have to kind of walk all this way to get to that retail, or is there a direct connection from the street?
I had ramps there, but yeah, it was just a very last minute thing because I had to shift the building over so I could have glazing on the side with the historic buildings. But if I were to go back, I would add more accessible entrances from that side.
Okay. Because yeah, my only thought was if you were to pull back even the entrance here and put the retail potentially here where you have access or something from this, because it seems like the plaza is sort of the main space, that if you just sort of mirrored that area there, because I just don't know if this one lone retail thing seems kind of out on its own, but if it's brought into this sort of, this courtyard, these kind of all seem to read with that, whereas this one seems left over. If you used your grid and even just cut the entrance back or the closed entrance here, that would also help pull people sort of through that space as well. As Marcel was saying, kind of going through this space here. But I'm wondering if you just went like this with the building kind of notched in and had retail access here, it might connect it more to the plaza, which seems like the big idea, as this one feels a little left over. But something along those lines would be interesting as well.
I agree.
So we have maybe another minute or two if y'all have any other closing comments.
I think the plans look really good, like graphically and stuff, they look really good. One minor comment just from an out-of-stater is having the names of the street. I know architects don't love text, but having the names of the street when you're describing it would be helpful. When you say, Aquaponic or whatever, just even if it was just small or something like that would be helpful. But I think the plans and the sections look really nice graphically in terms of the line weights and all that kind of stuff. Looks really good.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I would agree with that. Labeling for sure would help a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now there's no indication where the program is unless you describe it.
I mean, we all get it. It's a lot to kind of chew on and kind of deliver. I mean, one small bit of advice, especially, I mean, you already kind of went through the process, but in a lot of ways, I think good architecture is simple and like the concept, right? So like trying to stay as like keeping maybe it's 2 or 3 like main moves that you want to do, and then you explore those and really kind of talk to that narrative. Because when you start to really trying to take on a lot of different things, it's hard to kind of juggle all of the the systems and the I don't know, a lot of the complex detailing and things of that nature. So I think just keeping concept simple, which I think you've actually really done, and then kind of really massaging those things to really help make your project sing, I think would be beneficial. So.
All right. Thanks, Anjali. Yeah, I mean, I think y'all can see that it's an interesting site because it's like you're flanked by 2 really tall kind of buildings, and then you have to deal with the smaller historic context. And I think Anjali was really being sensitive to that as she was kind of developing her design. But it's hard because you're also trying to battle this street edge on the more like main Poydras kind of thoroughfare. So it definitely presented some challenges to them. All right, I appreciate it, Anjali. Ashley's up next.
Okay. Hold on.
test this. Okay, it works. Okay, so hi, my name is Ashley Dwyer, and this is Seeing in Color, my final review presentation. So strategy. The design started with a rectangular bar. The first strategy was to connect the Poydras North facade to the south facade used for the parking during game days and the tailgating area. It is also to connect people through circulation through the retail on the ground floor and through the building. Next is the cores. Egress and elevator cores are at the center of the building, and the second egress core is at the southwest side. It is centered in a kink in the building or the middle of the building that is used for the program areas that then shift angularly to create these program areas that project out to create the full massing form of my design. The strategy for the east elevation of the massing has a shifting form and further designs this programmatic spaces for the design. Structure and mechanical. The structure of the building is post-tension concrete, starting at the foundation with pile caps and maintaining a grid of concrete columns and drop panels up to the 5th floor. So the structure maintains a 6-inch floor plate throughout the structure. The mechanical strategy of the building has an individual unit on the ground floor retail spaces, and then a central unit for the office floors, which the central unit is located on the 3rd floor. These drawings show the main ductwork that goes throughout each floor. For the plans, this is the roof plan or the site plan in context to show the shifting forms of each levels more clearly. So you can see the plaza and also the different floors as they shift back and forth. The ground floor has 3 retail spaces and a ground floor lobby that connect to the main circulation core. It also has a front and back plaza spaces connected. Connected. What's going on? To one another. This second floor is the start of the office floors. It has a private office amenity. It has private office amenity areas and meeting rooms. It also has a balcony overlooking the South Plaza. While the 3rd floor also continues this strategy, and all the floors maintain the bathrooms, mechanical area, and core in the central of the program area. The 4th floor starts the event space, and you can see how these shifting angular massings help form and create new programmatic areas such as the event space and these amenity areas. While the 5th floor continues this with a double height event space and other balcony areas that are created. Strategy for the facade. When looking at the materiality of other buildings around Poydras, I noticed that it had a bland color palette of muted grays and brown tones. The facade, I wanted the facade to be brighter colors and bring more life back to Poydras. So I first looked at shotgun homes of New Orleans with the trend of blue shotgun homes, green earth tone homes, and colorful, more noticeable houses around New Orleans. When I think of New Orleans, I think of these homes and the bright culture of the city. And so through further research, I landed on looking at stained glass windows and different facades that use strategies of color, which landed on other firms that have used strategy. Some have been whether one person is like located in one area, you can see the different colors from where you're standing, or what side of the facade the colors are located on. I stepped back to think about why colors are so important to these homes and areas, and I looked at the View Commission, which through time has these recommended color palettes, mainly brick, red tones, and Paris green, and through time they became more vibrant. Also, there's a Haitian and Caribbean culture of New Orleans, which inspired these shotgun homes to be painted so colorfully, which landed on the color palette that I used for the facade. The east facade tends to have blue tones, and then the south facade has these more neutral historical tones. The south facade faces the historical buildings in the area, such as the Civic Theater. So I really wanted to showcase these natural colors in the buildings. The west facade has more green tones, which finally comes around to the north facade that has the bright, colorful that I wanted to really showcase on the Poydras side of the building. Details. The details, the wall section detail of this of my building shows the drop ceiling that is created for the mechanical system, as well as how the slab and the parapet all work together, and how these louvers and fins connect to the building. As seen in, this section cut facing south shows the program spaces of the building and the drop ceiling system. The building also maintains this rectangular bar that I started with, while the west section cut through shows these shifting voids and the cut through the plaza and the balcony areas that are created. So to look at experiential views, from the Poydras side, you can see the louvers and the colors that are shifted. Whether you're standing on one side or the other, you can see the colors more vibrantly, while also seeing into the building. This is a balcony view from the 4th floor. It looks at the cooler, calmer louver tones in the south facade, and a view one would experience if they step out of the office and go either people watch on like game days or just a view of the city. A look at the interior open office layout. The area has desks and seating areas, and you can see how the louvers enter, or what one would see through the windows. Light can be reflected off the aluminum louvers, and not as harshly make it feel like the colors are like, I'm trying to find the words to say this. I lost my train of thought. But like, okay, moving. This is a view from the lobby, and also the connection from the South Plaza and the North Plaza. I wanted to continue the trend of the colors through the walkway, and what one would experience being on the retail area. Finally, I end with this perspective view from the event space on the inside. It shows how light can enter through the colorful louvers, and the double height space that is created from these forms. And so thank you. Let me know what slide you want to go back to.
I have one question. So everybody is working with the same square footage, or they had some, let's say, possibility
some-
of increasing or decreasing.
Correct. There were some efficiency ratios that we gave them that they could work within. So it was like
Okay.
it was plus or minus.
Yeah, because it seems this is bigger than the other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in terms of amount of square footage. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ashley, thank you for your presentation. So I will start with some general comments. So again, I think the concept is clear. It's quite, simple in a sense that I think you started with a very not simple, but with an idea of stacking program, and then from the stacking up program, just by shifting and rotating, you begin to basically organize some of the outdoor space, especially the terrace that happen on some of the floors. This not only I think allows you to do two things. On the one hand, organize the program, let's say efficiently for each floor, and I'm going to go a little bit more in detail about this. But at the same time, begin to look at the project, look at the organization of the program to this idea of strata, this idea of layers, and these layers that are you have 5 floors, right? And each floor start to relate in a different way to how each angle somehow relate to the media context. And I think this goes back directly to your strategy for the facade, and actually enhance the way in which the facade is working right now in relation to the elements. Because to me, one thing that you start to set up is really this idea of, to me, the general concept about the project, it's about creating number one, actually, let me step back. You put the existing context. And that I think really helped. We had this comment in the previous project. I think this really helped in understanding how you begin to contextualize, but also respond to the existing. And with that, also not only understanding scale, but also how your facades start to be measured against a facade that has a very similar strategy, which is this vertical striation. So I think in some of the drawings, even here, right, we start to see very clearly how there is an idea to me almost of not really camouflage, but the idea of working with something that the existing that really act as a background, and how your project is start to operate visually, right, in a layered way from the existing. Because in the end, when we see maybe from afar, you begin to read, even though, the building behind is much taller, you begin to read this idea of verticality from the existing building to your proposal. With that, I think, to me, one of the main concepts is to really using the colors or using these vertical louvers, just looking at the urban presence of your project. One of the concepts that stands out is the idea of really that the project start to be really a public attractor in terms of the visual effect that you start to generate through the facade, especially. And I think the facade work with the idea of moiré effect, right? So the moiré effect is an effect that is mostly a visual effect that is based on the overlap of the repetition of certain type of elements, and how the viewer and where the viewer is positioned in relation to what you see. So in other words, very simple. So you have these vertical louvers, and depending on where you are, especially in the public ground, and how far you are, you begin to see this overlay. You begin to see you begin to see through the building in a different way, right? Because the angles of the louvers start to interact with where you are in space. And this is what is typical called moiré effect, which is that you overlap through a repetition, is a visual effect to a repetition of an element. And so to me, that's when the project starts to be interesting, because not only the facade operates as a kind of a visual attractor of this in the surrounding context, but also start to filter the particular program that are inside. And we saw this in some of the interior renderings. The one comment that I have that perhaps again goes into the future work, which is how right now I think the louvers are pretty generic, not generic in terms of color scheme, but generic in terms of the positioning. Correct me if I'm wrong, maybe we can look at the plans again, but there is a kind of the same type of density of vertical louvers throughout the building. So what changes is the way in which the colors, the gradient of the colors is laid out, but there is no different spacing. So perhaps an environmental study in relation to sun study would have given you some type of some type of, let's say, consideration data for you to begin to position the density of the louvers and the facade in relation to the environmental condition, the light, but also how you connect the interior program and the exterior program. Exterior program, what I mean is the public, so all of us that walk through your building, and the interior program, what are the people, what people inside that work in this building see. So I think there is a relationship between inside and outside, where your louver really act as a filter, visual filter, and that's what they are, right? But I think they do much more. So I think the sun study, environmental study could have helped to ground, I think, your idea in something more concrete, and maybe, substantiate this with some type of data that talks about the density of the louver throughout the facade. So yeah, I think I'm glad you had these interior views, because we start to really understand, again, the calibration between the interior spaces and the light and where the louvers are, and because they're not everywhere, right? So if I see here, there's not, right? This is just glass. And this is just glass as well.
Yes.
Only glass, yeah. So they don't completely wrap all the way around. But so I think that's interesting in relation to the program. And then I think another move that I appreciate here, again, is what we discussed in the previous project, which is this public spine that goes through the building. And because I think your project, it's bigger maybe in scale, I don't know, relation to the square footage, or maybe this is the appropriate square footage that was given to you, but I think these start to open up the ground a little bit more and give a little bit more light, and to have the ground a little lighter, I think, in terms of massing in relation to what's above. Okay, so that's it for now. I'll come back after the other comments.
Okay, thanks.
Kevin, you can go next.
Okay. Nice presentation, Ashley. I liked, start with a lot of stuff I liked. Color, having a title to your presentation, and the color and the focus, I think is brilliant. I'm a big fan of marketing and that sort of stuff. And I think when you can focus the audience into what you're trying to do, and it's brilliant, it's gonna help you long term. So I think the focus on that was great, because I knew right away, like, okay, this is what the project's about. So I think naming it and focusing it, and then bringing the history and the context into it was really smart. Nice little history lesson for me. You get to see all this nice stuff. So great job on that. So back to sort of a little bit of what Marcelo was saying in terms of the colors on the inside to the outside. That was one thing that I wish there was more of in terms of the program on the inside. I know you had a lot of slides to get through, but some of the floor plans were going like super quick, and I couldn't really sort of tell, was there any correlation between the inside and the outside? Some of the offices, when you showed the interior views, it seemed like if I was in that office, I might want more of a view and less of the fins, and maybe the fins kind of are more dense in the areas over the bathrooms and mechanical, or, maybe there's sort of a change so that there's different qualities of space on the interior. That was one thought. The other thought I had was on the fins, two things. One, the possibility of doing different colors on each side of the fin. I think it's sort of an iconic building concept, and relating where you are in the city because it's on a major street would be interesting, to where if you're coming east-west, maybe you're seeing one color. If you're coming from a different direction, you're seeing another color based on if you split the fin into red and green on either side, so that maybe it relates to the city that way. You relate in elevation as if we're looking to it, but maybe as a way of, if you're changing position, the colors actually change, would be kind of interesting. The follow-up would be potentially working with the materiality of the fins. Are they all solid? Are some perforated? Is there different finishes, matte, semi gloss? can you change the way that they reflect and deal with sunlight could be more interesting. I think when you have a fin concept, like the sun and the light could help you out a lot in terms of making it even more interesting with the way that they sort of reflected. I like that last rendering you did from the inside where it showed the light in that special space. I think that's cool. It had sort of a religious sort of feel almost to it with the stained glass kind of concept. So I think maybe just exploring the materiality of those fins, and if some of them are semi-transparent or what have you. So there's an interesting building here actually in Phoenix by Will Bruder, if you know that architect, where he has these vertical fins on the north side that are sort of a semi-transparent cloth that they used that filters sun in the summer from the north side of the building. It's a really nice effect. So what you do with the materiality, I think, could go a long way. I think similar to the comment from the last one, a night rendering also would be cool. I think it's always good to show urban buildings in day and night because they do completely change the way that you see things, especially when you're talking about colors and that sort of stuff. Could be really interesting. The elevation here, I think just the ground level in this one was maybe a little bit less, a little more dense perhaps, but some of these areas like over here seem like not great urban spaces. So maybe sort of creating a little bit more of a pushback there or something that sort of opens up a little bit more. Maybe there's some more glass, maybe there's something a little bit more welcoming to pedestrians on that side would be nice. So that was one thought. And yeah, I think that's, did you explain sort of, was there a specific reason to the sort of depth of the angles of the floor plates? Was there any sort of rationale behind them, or was it kind of a push and pull, or was there sort of a functional or something strategy to those angles on the plates?
Through like all the iterations since the beginning of the semester, like there's been a difference in the shifting depending on like floor. Like before the like the fourth and third, and then like those two, they weren't the same. And so it just kind of became like some shift more out and like over like the graduate like becomes more prominent, but also just the cantilever like depth, it can't be more than 25 feet. So
Gotcha.
just due to the structure. So I just started with like the max of it being 25 and then worked its way down. So.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I think if there was some slide even showing some of that would be sort of interesting, just in terms of why you did it. It's just always interesting. And then I think the Plaza, yours was more about sort of the top part of the building. I think the Plaza versus Anjali's was just more about the Plaza. I think maybe a little bit more landscape, public space. I'm not sure what the program requirements are, but it felt a little secondary to the color of the skin. And I don't know if it'd be too much or not. You'd have to sort of explore it of, is there color in the Plaza as well? Would be interesting. You know, you have this bright, vibrant color building, and then this sort of ground floor looks almost the most grayed out. You know, whether it's something with the tiles of or a terrazzo floor, you know, something like that, where maybe you're bringing specks of the color in, could be really nice detail wise, or even with the plants, the flowers, the coloring of the trees, that kind of stuff could be a nice way to kind of pull some color down to the far back view is great. I think sort of the up close in-person view, that'd be sort of interesting to see, of like, you know, what does it look like? And I think in all the ones, what does it look like if you're standing here looking up at the building? Like, what does the bottom of those plates look like from below? And that sort of stuff could be really an interesting sort of view to see as a human walking along that sidewalk would be interesting to see. But good job overall. That's all for me, Seamus.
Yeah. That sounds good. You guys have hit, I feel like most of the critical points. Ashley, first and foremost, very good job. I thought your project was visually very compelling. I think you did a very good job contextually kind of putting us in the place, and like Marcella was saying earlier, kind of a lot of these formal design moves, whether it's the vertical slats and the repetition, and you kind of, showing some of the context behind it, it really kind of made it feel in its place. So good job on that. I think Marcella and Kevin hit on some solid points. More intentions on the louvers, whether it's size or scale or openness, I think is a very good comment. And to Kevin's point, I think you did a really good job as far as kind of setting the tone early on with your slides about kind of branding the building or setting some kind of standard for like, hey, this is kind of what to expect. So it kind of got me excited. One thing I do think could have been stronger, at least for me, was kind of the early points. And this is to Kevin's point as well, as the twisting and how much twist and whatnot. You kind of touched early about how some of the early penetration was specific to the tailgating. And there was one other comment that I think I missed, but really showing how those things early informed the form and how it kind of got squeezed and pulled. I think visually, maybe not only because you showed some axons, but maybe in plan about, okay, where do those things take place and how are people circulating and how did that really inform some of these main decisions, I think would have helped from a narrative standpoint and then from a visual standpoint as you go on, because you could see you spent a lot of time on post and on the back end of like make these things really beautiful and compelling. Whereas I think maybe this could have been, at least on the presentation side of things, could have meant a little bit more of how we got there. So I felt like that was a little rushed. Comment specific to last Anjali's was, I think you do a lot of kind of strong positioning of the building amongst the more modern buildings, but no real kind of emphasis on, okay, how are we treating these existing historic structures? I think I would have liked to have seen maybe a little bit more visually how the building is playing. Is it playing nice with those buildings? Is it not? Is it kind of overwhelming them? Is it not? I think you could maybe a little bit more there. Of course, sun studies. I do think like this building kind of wants to have some more like visual signage. It's pretty loud already with color, but like I feel like Kevin was saying, I believe on the O'Keefe side, it feels a little bare there. Like, is that some kind of like fun art or something like that to really kind of engage the street side? And not only like vertically with color, the whole time my mind was like, what if you started exploring horizontally with color? Is there color on the floor plates or is it on the underside of the floor plates? Like, how do you start to really bring color throughout all of the facets of the building? You may have already done that and it could have been super overwhelming, but I think like it's maybe thinking about exploring that a little bit more, or at least showing that, hey, I explored it, didn't work. I don't know. That was kind of one thing in my head. I think great renders overall. Trying to see what else I have in here. I think that's ultimate. I thought your axonometrics on your structure were very strong. I thought you did a good job with that and kind of showing the floor plates and how you're trying to kind of assemble these floor plates in a kind of a thin matter. I apologize. That's my child in the back. I think the last other point was, I think Anjali did a really good job as far as cadence and explaining, whereas I felt Ashley, you could have done a better job. I think there were moments there where you got a little tied up and didn't necessarily explain the slide fully. I think that's one area, and that takes a lot of time and effort. And so I'm not necessarily knocking you, but I think slowing down, not letting the presentation get overwhelming and then kind of just sticking with it, I think could use some practice. Other than that, I thought it was visually good job. I was into it. I thought you did a great job rendering and site plan. Axonometric was nice, like Marcella and Kevin said, maybe a night rendering in there, but all in all, I think well done.
Thank you.
And don't be afraid, Ashley, when you're presenting to just take a pause, and say what you want to say, because we're all the images are stunning. We're all looking at them. So sometimes when you're presenting, you feel like you need to kind of keep going, but we're all just soaking in the presentation. That's the beauty of architecture, is most of the work is done already on the screen. So if you just need to take a pause and sort of reset, feel free to do that. It's not sort of a negative or positive. It's better to kind of get all that information out that you want to on that slide than sort of necessarily, unless of course you can't find it, but just, feel free to take your time on those things. I did have another thought that's also similar to, made me think of Anjali's as well. Structure, nice, Seamus brought up the diagrams, they look really nice. One thing structurally is it looks like everyone kind of was really focused on the structural system, which is great. But remember that when you do these sort of columns and plate sort of systems, the walls are free. So there seems to be a very sort of, everyone sort of connecting walls between columns. Remember that you can push and pull those walls wherever they need to go. And I think there could be some more visual interest, especially on the ground floor, to create an indoor-outdoor sort of feel, is when when there's a play between where the columns are they inside, are they outside, the transparency of the glass, that's when we start to blur the boundaries of inside out. So remember, when you're working with these systems and the walls aren't load-bearing, they can kind of go anywhere. And so I think playing with that for future projects, because you had such a good structural diagram, is sort of an interesting possibility moving forward. But it's just a side note there.
I have one more comment about the plants. I'm looking at the plants on the board right now. I'm wondering if there is I don't know if there are some parts that could be more efficient, maybe, because I think the plants, some of the plants, the levels are very different. I mean, what I mean by very different is that, yes, of course, the structure is consistent throughout, but I think like the second, maybe it's the fourth, which one is that? I think some floors are more developed as an open floor plan, which means that you have the bathroom core and the circulation core, and of course your fire stair on the side, and then the rest, it's organized freely within the floor plan, where you have the offices, and in some other is much more, and I know that you guys have to put all this program, I know, but I think there is a little bit of contrast in the sense of how each floor is a kind of, it's not unique, of course, it works with the structure, etc. But I think in some cases, just because of the offices, in some cases you have more open floor plan, in some other cases you have much more divided spaces. And I know that, the space is limited, I'm just looking at, the fourth floor, and perhaps, I'm just, thinking more about some of these office spaces that are along, like the fourth floor, along the facade, so how we can perhaps keep the view throughout, right? Going across in some cases, and maybe some pack much more in the center. And I know that the width that you are working with is that, but I think in the fourth floor, right? So on the side here, you have these are all the meeting spaces, right, along the facade. So I'm just wondering, if there is perhaps another way of packing some of the program that is start to also repeat in the same way in the bathroom core, and of course the circulation has to repeat, goes throughout, to really kind of liberate more the facade as much as possible, right? So to be able to have a more 360 development, right, throughout the facade. And I know one side is just solid. This is where you have your fire stair. Yeah. And so that, I think it goes all the way up. I'm looking, yeah.
Can you pull it up on the screen, actually?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, that's so neat. I have like two computers.
I dropped the concept board link in the chat too, if you want to click on that as well.
So she was looking at the fourth floor, or fifth floor, which was
so maybe we can go through all of them again, right, from the ground up. And yeah.
That's the ground.
Yeah.
These little guys in the bottom right, at least on the screen, are a little small to see. I think that could have been a little bit more helpful. I mean, clearly you spent a lot of time on that, so like that would have helped inform some of these things. Sorry, Marcella, go ahead.
No. That's good. That helps too. Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes even just overlaying, like having the floor plan, and then the next slide is the same floor plan with the overlaid stuff, and kind of working our way through so we can kind of see color coded is very helpful, especially when your project is all about color. The more color you use in the presentation too, I think it all sort of works together.
Okay, so continue.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, Ashley, so my comment was more to see, because I think we went from a project that was like self-similar, right? Just because of the nature of the grid, the nature of the envelope, 22 by 22, 66, so everything was the same. And here, and again, just for maybe efficiency or packing of some of the program that doesn't need to be on the facade, if there is a way in which some programs can be closer and maybe liberate, open up the space around the course. That's the only comment I have in that. So I think, if you go up again, I think was the 4th floor.
That's the 3rd, which
and then there's one more, no? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, this one, right? So here, right, there is an idea of moving around, which I think is very nice. The fact that, you have the bathroom that is here, and in this case this is an open plan.
I think that's a really good comment of like where to put these like private areas, because I think I did a good job or got my head around like where open office should be based on the program, but a little bit of it's the double height space is what you just highlighted, but I think hard to figure out like which facade more private office go on, and like so there's not a hierarchy in the office. Someone has better views, someone has but I think that's a really good comment and something that I can consider in the future.
I mean, probably if we, like when we work on project, you work a plan and then you figure it out another way to do it, like all of us. So that's a kind of natural process, but yes, so it's really part of, learning from what's already there and then going to the next step.
So Ashley, the tailgating piece, is that kind of down here?
It's the parking lot. I haven't seen it in action, but the whole thing is a parking lot currently. So the south part stayed, and the building is on the north part of the lot, or that property line. But I've been told it's the whole thing.
Yeah,
pull up your site plan, Ashley.
Okay.
I think one thing that could have been compelling too, I mean, clearly, I feel like you do a good job at visually telling stories. Would have been to like give the building's already doing a lot of work, right, with color, but like entourage wise, like let's throw a party. You know what I mean? Like, is there a Saints game going on? How are people moving through this rendering? Like really start to like sell that piece of it, because that's kind of like the next level, right? It's like when you're trying to sell a concept and why and how are these plazas really like engaged, people want to understand what that looks like. So
I had that thought yesterday. I tried. There happens to just be no tailgating PNG people. So but I could probably create them, but it was a thought, and I would like to see it in action. And I think that day, night, game day views like would all be really helpful to the presentation. So
is there a rendering as if we were standing here on the ground looking at the building with these historic buildings here?
No. I had one, I just didn't put it in or didn't fully develop it. Sorry about that.
That's a good question, Kevin. To your point, these are one-way streets too. So like that's a pretty prominent view coming up that side,
Yeah, I think with the presentations, always remember it's about people first, and think about, how people are going to experience it. A lot of times we as architects get stuck in the 2D elevations and all that sort of stuff, which are great. But there is also that sort of aspect of, what does it look like as a person coming down the street, especially from those critical angles. Like, I didn't know the one-way thing, but that is definitely a big thing. For sure, from a pedestrian and vehicular point of view, because it is such an iconic sort of form, and with the colors, I think it has the potential to be that big bold statement. So, and currently, I don't know if it was in the brief or something before. Do we have any images of those historic buildings, Matt, or anywhere? Is that somewhere? Just in general, if in other presentations, I don't know if they were in here or not, but just like an image of the sides and back, just since it is part of the sort of courtyard.
One of them is there it is. One of them is this historical one, and it's a little bit smaller. I think one of them is someone's house, and the other one is I think it's a falafel restaurant.
Gotcha.
I think the back sides are very uninspiring, Kevin. I think it's just a blank brick facade.
Yeah, it is.
I think the fronts are certainly more ornate, but
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know. Chelsea might be able to speak up in a minute, but I'm not sure whether she has those in her presentation or not. Okay. Well, we have.
I could pull it up.
Yeah, maybe if you don't mind, before you, I'll distract everybody for a minute. If you can just pull up a couple images to ground them in that before your presentation. So I think that was great feedback, and thanks a lot, Ashley. Do you all have any like closing comments? Because we're about to have to move on to Chelsea's.
Yeah, Lauren said she has them on the concept board of what they look like.
I should have like a site image on the first one.
Oh, there we go. Let's see.
That's helpful. I don't know if those are exactly what you're looking for, but
I think my closing comments for everyone is there are a few things that I've heard before and a few things that I heard like new. I really like the density comment. And I thought about exploring different materials as well. And so I think if like there was more time to spend on this project and more of these thoughts through views, that could be something to look at. But I really appreciated the comments y'all had.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Nice work, Ashley.
Thanks.
All right, and then Chelsea is going to be our final presentation for the day.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay. So hi, I'm Chelsea, and this is the proposal for the Poitras offices located in downtown New Orleans. So beginning with the site, as my peers have covered, the site for this project is situated on what is currently a parking lot in downtown New Orleans between Poitras Street, South Rampart Street, and O'Keefe Avenue on an L-shaped plot. In terms of concept, the driving conceptual ideas for this project began with the plot given, and I started by taking the overall mass and subtracting from it with an intent to exploit the environmental factors surrounding the site. So due to the city's position that's mostly below sea level, flash floods and heavy rainfall could overwhelm the city's drainage pumps into the structure, which is only designed to handle 1 inch of rainfall the first hour of a storm and 1.5 inches or half an inch every hour after. So to alleviate the pressure on this infrastructure, a rain garden plaza was placed underneath the building 4 feet below grade to allow water to infiltrate the subsoil over time and then trickle back into the city systems instead of rushing to the street all at once. Wind direction influenced the massing of the building above the garden. The prevailing winds of the site predominantly come from the north and northeast directions annually. In order to employ passive cooling strategies and induce airflow and natural ventilation, the massing was sliced into segments facing the prevailing winds. This configuration reduces cooling loads and energy use and took inspiration from historic New Orleans architecture from Curtis and Davis, which took advantage of climate-specific passive strategies. The massing is then pushed up to the left and right sides of the building to indicate entry to the below garden level. In response to the urban condition of Poitras, by becoming more enclosed on the Poitras facade, creating internal privacy. The massing then angles itself open in the direction of Lafayette Street in order to allow natural light to flow into the interior spaces. As well as exterior patios that are created by a split in the massing. These spaces serve as a connection between the outdoor and indoor and areas that are places to take a break or work outside. The building is then wrapped in a perforated aluminum screen driven by the desire to enclose itself from the urban condition, creating a sense of privacy and alternatively directing users' attention into the office spaces. Glass on the interior facades of the building allow for fluid views through each volume and connect the spaces visually. Circulation through the building runs in a loop through the public parts of the office spaces. And moving upward to the roof of the building, the roof is pitched in order for the rainfall to be directed down to the garden below. So here's an oblique drawing of the building to illustrate these design decisions in context. So moving to the proposal more specifically, the embedded rain garden slows the flow of water to the public system in the case of a rain event due to the native plantings. The following plant species have been found to be effective for rain gardens in the region, and through alleviating the pressure on the city's infrastructure, create a public amenity. Pipes underneath the ground direct water into the city's water management system. Here is the garden level of this located in the site, illustrating it as a nature-filled escape from the urban context surrounding it. The ground floor of the project houses 3 retail spaces and 2 separated mechanical systems in the far left and right volumes, which house the VAV and geothermal radiant heating and cooling systems. A porch facing the Poitras facade invites pedestrians in to this public level and is reminiscent of a typical New Orleans porch typology. Cuts in the floor plate are made to bring the garden closer in between each volumes and further incorporate the outdoor with the indoor. The office spaces begin at the 2nd level of the building and were intended to be designed with a post-COVID mindset. So research has found that since the pandemic has started, 80% of people report that they enjoy working from home and find it more productive and flexible. Taking this into consideration, the modern need for an in-person office space transforms to one that is necessary for collaboration and cross-company dialogue, rather than a space for individual work that can be done from home. The office space minimizes the typical cell and opens up to create spaces for collaboration and dialogue with fluid views across the space that create a sense of community. The 3rd floor of the office houses more spaces for private meetings that are pushed towards the back of the volumes to still allow for circulation through the public office spaces. Outdoor patios provide a connection to the garden level below and allow for spaces of reprieve for employees. The 4th floor stays the same, but incorporates a larger event space for flexible use. Here's a breakdown of the program. The building consists of mostly flexible office space, as shown here in yellow. So this section perspective cuts through the building parallel to Poitras and shows the vertical connection between the gardens and the office levels, as well as how each space is occupied. This section cut is through a similar condition, but highlights the ground floor's porch and the lateral connection between the floors. And this section cuts through the building in the opposite direction and shows the massing in relationship to the garden, as well as the views to beyond smaller volumes. So moving into the pragmatics of the building, the structure of the building is predominantly post-tension concrete slabs and columns, which allow for a thin floor plate in the outdoor patio spaces. This continues to the 2nd and 3rd levels, and the system switches to steel on the 4th level to accommodate for the pitch in the roofs in order to direct the rainfall. The project also incorporates the geothermal radiant cooling and heating system in the floor with a desire to lower the energy cost for the building. The piles shown in red are the geothermal piles that connect to the mechanical rooms and the water chiller tower above. Pipes are fed through the floor plates and distribute heat to the spaces. Shown here is the ground floor, and then it continues up on the rest of the floors. There are 2 separate loops, one for the left and one for the right spaces of the building, with the different tones of red representing runs in different directions to increase the overall water pressure. In accordance with code, a VAV system is also utilized to offset the radiant heating. Supply and return ducts run through a 2-foot deep drop ceiling throughout the building. As shown here are the boilers and chillers and the air handlers and the plumbing wall. So coming back to the facade, wrapping the building and concealing it from the urban condition was pertinent to place hierarchy on the internal relationships within the building, as shown here. The cloaking of the facade also creates a visual appearance of a more monolithic structure, fitting in with the large surrounding buildings while still allowing the actual space to be porous and open. This is the transparency again. So this youth center was used as precedent, and the designers utilized a perforated rain screen to wrap the building and concealed it in a similar fashion. So studies of the facade were done to analyze the scale and relationship between the outside pedestrian and the windows in the interior. So the windows punch through a yellow plaster facade and on occasion through the perforated metal rain screen to allow unobstructed views in publicly programmed areas. 4 square typologies for windows were used to give the pedestrian from the street a small sense of human scale in the building. These squares were offset at 1 foot, 3 foot, or 4 feet above the floor plates to allow for a varying rhythm from the outside. So this is the Poydras facade, the O'Keeffe facade, the Lafayette facade, and the South Rampart facade, which houses back of house program. So therefore there's no windows on this yellow part of the facade. So here is an elevation from Poydras Street in relationship to the context, showing the tighter spacing between the volumes that respond to the busy urban condition. Here is an elevation from O'Keeffe, which allows a glimpse into the rain garden. And here's the elevation from the back part of the building, showing the existing buildings on site, and showing also the porous kind of reality of the building that is cloaked from the front. So here's a detailed wall section of the facade showing its layers, along with the corresponding elevation and plan. This is a detail of the connection between the steel 4th floor and the rest of the concrete system. This is a zoom in of the layers of the facade connecting back to the floor plates. And this is a detail of the window framing. And lastly, the experience of the building. So this is a view from the back of the building into the rain garden below. This perspective shows the approach from Poydras with views into the rain garden beyond. Here's the building shown from the corner of Poydras and O'Keeffe. And this view shows the experience from one of the patios between the masses. This is an exterior space. And then this perspective shows the interior of the office space on the 2nd floor, showing the continuous views throughout the volumes. Thank you for your time. And let me know if I can go back to anything.
Chelsea, did you have like 2 years to work on this? My God.
Sadly, no. A lot of it happens in the last 2 weeks.
I guess I'll start this one. Great presentation. I'm still like, just felt like I was force fed a ton of food and I'm just digesting it right now. There's a lot of information coming through. Firstly, graphically gorgeous, unique style of the presentation graphics, at least from my point of view. I thought it was very whimsical but precise, and I liked that combination. I could feel like your personality coming out in the drawings. It felt very unique to you, which I think is great. I think I love the concept diagrams with the environmental factors and how they shape the building. That was refreshing to see. It was really nice. I think there's a semi-obvious precedent in a shotgun house with these sort of slits through and sort of these sort of the ventilation kind of coming through the house and into the different offices and stuff that might be interesting just long-term, being in New Orleans, just like when you get those rows of shotgun homes, this kind of looks like rows of shotgun homes, but it's an office building sort of on steroids there. So I like that. I thought the move of doing the rain garden and sort of this like half below, half above sort of move, split level at the street was really smart way to, I think the obvious move is you just raise everything up 3 feet. And I think going in reverse and then making that space usable was really smart. So I really thought that was nice. There's actually 2 buildings locally here in Phoenix at ASU where they call them canyon buildings, where basically they're sort of, I think a bioscience school, something here, where they basically have a canyon through the building and it uses evaporative cooling and that kind of stuff. And very similar feeling, and it works. They have all exterior circulation and it works really nicely. And this kind of reminded me of that. So I thought that was a really smart way to break it up. The skin looks great. The elevation facing, I guess, was that east or something without any windows on. I don't know, might might be a little tough on the urban, walking along that sidewalk, but I think the rest of them were great. I like that you did sort of a folded roof on the different ones to move the water and stuff. I think a lot of times when you're working with structure in college, it's like, oh, let me just throw a flat roof on there and call it a day. So I think shifting the roof planes to direct the water is really smart. I like that a lot. And yeah, I guess I'll let some other people talk, and I might have some other comments, but I don't want to take up everything. So let someone else say stuff.
I was definitely, this is a very visually stunning presentation, like Kevin said. I think quite beautiful to look at. The line work is pretty stunning. I mean, everything from your balloons that you render to electrical poles look great. So well done. I would agree, like your personality really kind of came through the presentation. In addition to clearly being able to present your work clearly, I think a lot of my feedback in the previous presentations was about kind of how we got there. And I think you did a fantastic job of that. Everything from solar to wind to environmental, I think, or environmental encompassing those. I think you did a really nice job. I mean, not necessarily the pessimist in me, but like, the viability of some of the gardens, and will the light be enough? I think that's always something that could be flushed out over time, especially kind of wrapping this thing with the screen. So I think that's one of my like questions with the overall concept, but I think it's quite compelling. The one thing that I think I wish, and you kind of like revealed it at the very end, but was some of the overall kind of monolithic views of the skin and the facade. In a lot of ways, like your illustrations kind of show it very light and airy and kind of transparent. And then all of a sudden I got this kind of rendering at the end. I don't know if it was like the second to last slide or whatnot, but all of a sudden it was like, whoa, it kind of felt heavy and kind of like, like this one, like very imposing. Which again, I think it's really more, maybe it's the rendering technique, or maybe the facade's not transparent enough, but I think like that almost like felt overwhelming, as opposed to like the other illustrations that you were showing felt very light and kind of inviting. So I think those were kind of telling two different stories, at least for me. So I think that's something that, certainly I think maybe worth exploring a little bit more. And I think maybe the last bit of back to kind of the public plaza piece. I mean, I think a lot of your other renderings kind of show it, but like, again, from this view here, maybe another view, it's like, how do we get those people in there? How is the public engagement happening within the building? But I think, for being a student in architecture school, I think you've done a great job as far as thinking all these things. I mean, I was thinking in my head, it's like, you just go become a mechanical engineer if you'd like, studying all your geothermal and whatnot. I thought that was, I mean, again, kind of taking it to the next level. So kudos to that. I don't know if we're hiring Matt, but we have to check and see if we can take on Chelsea. Gosh, good job.
Hi, Chelsea. So I agree with I'm gonna go through some of the comments, but I think I completely agree with with the comments in terms of the clarity, the ambition also of the project, and how this relates to the program. And I think here you demonstrated that even though, the program, it's, kind of binary, right? So it's a commercial and office. I think you were able to structure and develop, I think, a pretty compelling, I would say, and also believable space where people want to be. And then that's what it matters in the end. So I think these infield spaces that you start to set up as these macro courtyards are the ones that actually in New Orleans exist somehow at different scales, but it's completely related to the contextual condition. Because these actually operate not only as circulation spaces, but also operate as a way to protect, create spaces where there is less, the heat is controlled just because of the, the walls that you have. So in a way, these spaces in between start to work not only as the, the rain garden, plaza, etc., but also as a way to control, I think, the heat of some of these public spaces, instead of having, as opposite as open plaza, uncovered, etc. So I think you begin to work, to me, in conjunction between how the massing works and how all the systems start to work together. And you started talking about the project, not really really showing the concept, talking about the concept through the systems first. And then you explain everything else, where program is, etc. So I think this tells us a lot in terms of your thinking process, but also how the environmental condition and the site condition in general really are the driver of the massing, not the opposite. And I think this shows quite clearly in the way in which the programs are organized, etc. So I'm not going to repeat, I think, some of the things that have been said, but I think the one comment I completely agree with the renderings, in the sense that I think this translucency that you want to show also to break down the scale of the project, because that's really your intent to me, right? So the fact that you begin to divide this into 4 pieces that are connected also has the goal to break down a little bit the scale and generate this more individualized, customized, let's say, really the idea of an urban block, and how you enter the urban block and how each part is separate but connected. And so I think then when we see this image, we see again as a massing that is less light than what you want to have. That is given just by the massing that breaks down into 4 pieces, but also even the precedents that you showed, it shows a complete different type of way in which you can see through. Maybe it's just a technique of renderings, these are small things, but I think will really help in terms of add some type of transparency, let's say, or translucency mostly throughout, where you're able to see this layer facade that you showed. The one thing, the fire stairs, do they work? If you just go to the technical part, do the fire stairs work? Because now you have 2 fire stairs, and is there a continuous path in between, or you need to go out and in again? Because that's the problem really with comprehensive design sometimes, that, if you try to do something a little bit less, more complex, then always the fire stairs don't work. So I don't know, we don't have to investigate, but
she's pushing the boundaries for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I did have the fire marshal come in and kind of talk to the students, and we were picking their brains about like being able to exit through these outdoor spaces.
Yes.
Not to this extent, but in theory, they work for the most part. There's some errors that you can see, but like if you're looking at ground floor.
No, I was looking through the plans. That's why I asked. But again,
she's pushing the boundaries.
Yeah. So it's okay. But that's why I think, because the project start to me, again, this idea of breaking down the scale, it's really one driver of the project, and kind of begin to humanize, or to understand the scale of the occupant, and even how these interstitial spaces are occupied, and how nature is back onto the site. I mean, now it's just a parking lot, right? So how you can put nature back, and how nature starts to become the driver of a certain type of cycles that happen within, in a circular way, within the project and within the site. So the rain, the heat, you also talked about wind condition, etc. So how this again is put back into the system of the project at different scales, from the skin to the outdoor spaces to the interior spaces, etc. And I think also the representation shows the intention. So I think everything was chosen for a reason. I think it really shows the fact that you had a pretty clear agenda and a pretty clear strategy that translated both in the proposal, in the building, and in also the graphic strategy as well.
Chelsea, I'm curious, do you actually have any I don't know if it's progress renderings or even just final renderings of different studies of the site, like where it's not all one mass, but it is kind of segmented per kind of the fragmenting of these buildings?
I tried some out, but kind of like because of lack of time, the context wasn't really developed in the 3D model for the renderings. So I kind of tried to cut it out just for just like artistic composition. You mean like from like the back, like of the building, like from the side?
Yeah, I think kind of to Marcella's point, I think a lot of the beauty of what you're doing is kind of like breaking down the scale of this thing, and it's very palatable through a lot of your illustrations. So like just understanding from street view, for example, like Kevin was saying, like an experience, a user experience, and how someone would kind of walk through the site or whatever, but more of the broken down piece, less of the kind of full wrap. And again, this is more of a question of like how you were processing this through the last couple of weeks or whatnot. I didn't know if you had studied that.
Yeah, I had attempted to, but again, ran out of time. I think I had one perspective that was like of the rain garden where I was like trying to get at that a little bit, but it was like kind of zoomed in, so it was like less of kind of what you were talking about conceptually for that one. But yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think on the front facade, even if you kind of like pulled back just a little bit in these few little spots to break it up, or if the transparency was significant in those areas or something, because that street rendering, whatever, from this angle where it just kind of looks like one plane, but in plan you have these nice little slits, I think that would make it sort of break down significantly in the massing, which again I agree is one of the stronger parts of the design concept for sure. But yeah, I like the front porch thing too. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I do like the front porch concept. I think that's really nice. Again, looking at the precedents and sort of bringing it to this larger scale, I think that was really, really smart. Do you have a plaza view this way?
I think I had one that was kind of like that. It was a little zoomed in though. Oh wait, there was.
Okay, gotcha. So you're walking in the garden. You're not elevated above the garden. Is that correct?
I think this view is taken from kind of like the parking lot, like right off the edge of the garden, kind of like looking down into it.
Gotcha. Okay. I was imagining more of like a boardwalk type situation where, this was elevated and you're kind of like over the garden looking down, because I was assuming the goal is that all the water will collect there when it rains. So it's probably going to be wet a good portion of the time while it's sinking in. So I think if you had an elevated walkway, it'd be a really nice experience, almost like when you walk through wetlands and that kind of stuff and you're kind of elevated. It could be a really cool experience there. Another little tiny detail, but there's a firm I've seen who uses like rain chains, but they're basically an entire curtain wall. And this sort of reminded me of it, where basically the rain kind of drips down and then drips off, and it's really beautiful. I think Walker Warner is the architects that do it, but they did this house in Hawaii. But basically, I thought like that could be a really cool detail moment as a urban pedestrian coming through, and just having the water like slowly drip into the thing could be really beautiful. Also from an auditory point of view, would be really nice. But yeah, I think that area looks really beautiful here, but my guess is it'd be wet a large portion of the time. So maybe some sort of walking surface.
Yeah, maybe one drawing that, if again for the portfolio for you is more a drawing that shows, you have a set of drawings that show the different systems, but you don't have a drawing that actually show the circular nature of the systems. In other words, how the roof collects the water, how the roof is able to collect water, where this is collected, where it goes when it goes to the ground, how it's then distributed. And I think this could really, let's say, close the circle again of your project in terms of showing and demonstrating how this is not just an idea, but actually it's a system that is implemented within, you know, these 4 sections. And I think this could really help to, you know, to talk about, again, how the Rain Garden Plaza is maintained, perhaps. I think there is also another aspect, you know, of the seasonal aspect of your project. And that's why I think how this is maintained, right, through the, you know, summer or the winter, there is a difference. We know in New Orleans, you know, the heat is, it's the heat, it's real heat. And then there is everything else. So there are extremes, right? So I think thinking about also the nature of, you know, the vegetation that is there, the types, how much water they need. Now, I mean, now if you want to continue the project, right, to be a little bit more, you know, even more specific. But I think the kind of diagram that really talks about the water and sun and heat in general, I think will really help.
Yeah, those were great. This could almost be like a living building challenge type. You know, if you wanted to put in like a real portfolio piece, like this could be a closed circle kind of building theoretically, which would be interesting.
All right,
Someone's got to hold on to their balloons too. I mean,
yeah, right.
There's a lot of balloons going around. I like it though. It's nice.
Considered it a celebration of the word.
Yes.
The cats are a nice touch too.
All right. Well, I guess that concludes the afternoon session. Thank you all for joining us. I really appreciate you taking the time to kind of sit in and review the students' work. I mean, I said this earlier in the morning, but what they were able to accomplish kind of in the 3 months that they had to develop these projects is pretty incredible. And I hope you all should be really proud of yourselves for what you've been able to do. But yeah, I mean, I'll let Marcella, Seamus, and Kevin, if you want to have any kind of closing statements, be my guest.
I really enjoyed looking at the project. I know this is very challenging. I thought comprehensive studio, this actually was my last studio that I taught at Tulane before I left in 2017. And it's you know, it's a very challenging studio also because you come from the core that it's more open, etc. And all of a sudden you have to comply to everything. And sometimes it's like, I don't even know where to look because if I do this, I'm not able to do this other thing, but I really want to push the idea. So there are a lot of negotiations and calibration of things that need to happen in order to make a project that is believable, is compliant, partially compliant, etc. So, and I know this is quite challenging. And so this is everything, you know, happens in 3rd year. But also I think it gives you some type of ground to then be more maybe confident in relation to what you can do to then move to the again, to open up another chapter, which is at the 4th and 5th year with the thesis. So I really think 3rd year is always, in our school is the same. It's always the year where something happens, there is a shift, there is a transformation where the students come in, you know, from the core, 1st and 2nd, where they look at different things from more, you know, 1st year, more abstraction, 2nd year, you still work on a site, but I guess the program is a little bit smaller and less challenging. The 3rd year where you're asked to be serious, let's say. And so sometimes it's hard to retain and not retain, but be able to push, you know, the 2 agenda at the same time, which is respond to the brief, respond to all the challenges, and then go back to also your idea. And this is what architects do, right? So when you guys are going to work in an office or your office, this is something that we always have to push on both sides. So keep the idea, but at the same time, you know, be able to respond in order for us to do what we want, which is to build what we want. So that's, I think it puts you in a very, you know, that's the reality. So I enjoyed, you know, I wasn't here this morning, but I enjoyed seeing the projects this afternoon.
Yeah, I echo Marcella's sentiments. First and foremost, certainly good job, you guys, ladies. I was very impressed. Honestly, I came into this.
You're on mute, Seamus.
Still muted.
All right, I'm joining.
There you go.
Hold on. All right, I'm trying this. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right, cool. Sorry, my phone went kaput. I was just saying I would echo Marcella's sentiments. I think it's certainly not an easy task of what y'all kind of provided today. I had zero expectations coming into this review, to be quite honest. It's been a long time since I've been able to sit on a review like this. So I appreciate all of your effort and your time put into it. Like Marcella was saying, this is kind of like the culmination of actually making something real and thinking about all these systems, and it can be very overwhelming, all the while trying to, check all the marks, right? Like, identifying wind, sun, geothermal, all of these things to kind of create a building. And I think my advice to you is really just kind of like take today, look back on what you could have done better, didn't do, and then just build upon it moving forward for your next project. It's a learning experience. These things are kind of just here to kind of, it's a check mark or a checkpoint kind of in your career, and something to kind of build on. So, keep all these fundamentals in your back pocket, write them down, move forward, and kind of develop them as you get continue through your careers. And then lastly, I think what I liked to see today, what was nice to see today was a lot of personal artistic expression through your projects. I think for me, in school, it's an avenue to really kind of like hone that skill and to tell that story through your projects. And so I would, all of you certainly to keep pursuing that artistic side of architecture and the storytelling of architecture, because it really is about, telling stories and like really engaging the user experience. So that's kind of my my last kind of closing piece.
Yeah, and I would build off of what Seamus said in terms of, I think you all showed strong identities today of sort of who you are and what you're thinking about. It was very clear in the difference of the buildings. None of them really read too similarly. I think they all sort of showed who you were. And I think that's super strong, like what Seamus said, in terms of building your portfolio long-term. We receive a lot of portfolios, mostly from local state schools in Arizona. A lot of the stuff blends together. A lot of it, you open it up and every PDF kind of looks like every portfolio looks like the next. And I think today was really nice. I haven't sat on a crit in a while to see sort of the difference and the different ideas that you were exploring. Even though it was sort of the same brief, everything came out really unique. And so I think keep staying true to who you are and what you want to do and keep developing that. And then fold in all of the sort of more functional stuff of now you're starting to deal with code and zoning and real systems, and eventually you'll get to like city reviews and all that kind of stuff, and everything is coming at you from this point, but always going to keep who you are and what your vision is, and sort of integrate those other things into what you're doing. So I think everyone did a really good job. I didn't know what year studio. I would have guessed fourth or fifth based on the quality of this work. So really impressive stuff, and I would say, yeah, keep on keeping on, and enjoy your time in school. It goes quickly.
And then I think that just to build on all those comments, the last thing I want to leave you with is really, I think like this is your first experience with really detailing a building and understand how like the parts and pieces go together. And just as you're going into your professional career after this, maintaining that hold on the concept and your ability to develop like a strong concept, and then using the details to really sell the concept, right? Like however you like the way that you think about it, it's not just like this larger kind of urban diagram that you're drawing, but it's how like the steel attaches to the facade and how the screen attaches to the steel. Like all of those little details that you draw are going to be really important moving into your professional career, and maintaining that like hold on the concept when you're thinking about how the pieces go together will be a solid foundation to kind of grow from. And I just really appreciate everything that you all have done this semester. It's incredibly impressive.
That's very good. And remember the why too, why things are going together in a certain way. Like the better you can sell your concepts, the better it's going to be, because whether it's to your boss, to your teacher, to your client, to the city, to an HOA, you're always sort of explaining your concepts, and always think about why in the end user, not just this connects to this because of this and this and this, because it's for humans, right? These buildings. So always remember who you're talking to and when you go to sell it. And I think you did a pretty good job overall, but always keep that narrative in mind, and that'll help you get your concepts and stuff better across to more people, and then let your designs soar from there.
This is actually going to save you. So to be able to, hold on what you want to do and have it super clear. That's why school, that's the first thing. So clarify the concept, because this is true that really it goes through all the levels up to the level of the detail, as Matt was saying, right? How the facade is connected to that. Why is that this way? Because that's the idea. So have fun.
Yeah. Get some sleep, celebrate, maybe
Yeah.
not in that order. And then if anybody's around this Saturday, we're having a crawfish boil on the fly, and we would love for you all to join us.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's
Kevin, you want to fly over?
Yeah, it's only like
Or
105 here. I'll fly down. I'll leave my 7-week-old baby and come on down.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, thank you.
We the boils from like 12 till basically, I guess, till it rains. I think it's supposed to rain like 6 or 7 that day. So.
All right.
Nice.
Thanks, everyone.
Matt, thanks for the invite, man.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Congratulations, guys. Thank you all so much. Congratulations. Y'all earned a celebration and sleep.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure working with y'all.
Thank
you. All right. Stay in touch, okay?
If they can't come to Crawfish Boil, when will we see you again?
Well, you're welcome to stop by my office anytime you want, and then we can have if you want, we can have celebratory drinks sometime this week. I don't know what everybody's schedule is.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I've been trying to get the studio together.
I'll go.
You guys should definitely go out. Enjoy it and celebrate. Incredible work. I can't say it enough. I'm so proud of what you all have done. It's really impressive.
Well, thank you.
Have a good
All right.
night.
Take care, everyone.